That's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Down a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Oh, perfect, perfect. So much shade. What would be the worst scenario? Well, there's blonde under there, you know that, and the blue eyes. She's got that all naturally. Yeah.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check.
Okay. Do I have a CEO staff representative?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening. This is Board
Oh,
Chair
just
Johnette Richardson. I'm sorry. Okay. I'd like to welcome you all to the February 8th Public Board Meeting of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. If you have not yet, please mute your phone. Anyone who does not mute their phone may be muted by the call moderator or removed from the call. Additionally, if you are not a board member or the CEO and her staff, please turn your video off. I will now read a roll call of the board to identify who is on the call. Please identify yourself first before speaking. For the record, I will go through the roll call for each vote as well. Commissioner Bondima,
Present.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Chinya,
Present.
Commissioner Griffin,
I'm here.
Commissioner Horowitz,
Present.
Commissioner McFadden,
McFadden, here.
Commissioner Reed,
Here.
Commissioner Roberts,
Here.
and I am here. Is there a motion to reopen the meeting?
So moved, McFadden.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner Horowitz,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I am in favor. Help me out. That is 8 in favor with 1 absent?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we will have our moment of silence, and Commissioner Griffin, if you could take it from here.
Yes. Hello. We would like to take time to recognize the passing of City Schools students and employees. They will be remembered fondly by the greater City Schools community. Tonight, we send our deepest condolences to their friends and families. Christine Roberts started her career with City Schools on August 5th, 2002, where she served the students for 19 years and 4 months as an office assistant, school secretary to school at Frederick Douglass High School, Vanguard Collegiate Middle School, NACA Freedom and Democracy Academy 2, and lastly, secretary at Stewart Hill Academy. Ms. Roberts unfortunately departed on December 14, 2021, and will be missed greatly by her family, friends, and city schools. Michelle Dorsey started her career with City Schools on September 16, 2003, where she served the students for 18 years and 4 months as a teacher, substitute emergency, and teacher of elementary school at Leithwalk Elementary. She was reassigned to paraeducator at Leithwalk Elementary and Guilford Elementary Middle. She was promoted on August 14th, 2021 to teacher as an elementary school teacher at Margaret Brent Elementary Middle School. Ms. Dorsey unfortunately departed on January 17, 2022, and will be missed greatly by her family, friends, and city schools. Shannon Gibbs. Shannon Gibbs started his career with City Schools on June 16, 2012, where he served the students for 9 years and 7 months as a teacher at Graceland O'Donnell Heights Elementary Middle School. Mr. Gibbs unfortunately departed on January 19, 2022, and will be missed greatly by his family, friends, and city schools. Arlene Fields. Arlene Fields started her career with City Schools on January 1st, 1963, where she served the students for 54 years and 3 months until retirement as a teacher at various schools throughout the district. Ms. Fields unfortunately departed on January 27, 2022, and will be greatly missed by her family, friends, and city schools. Carissa Poblete. Carissa started her career with city schools on June 21st, 2008, where she served the students for 13 years and 7 months as a teacher of special education at Pimlico Elementary Middle School and Falstaff Elementary Middle. Ms. Poblete unfortunately departed on January 29th, 2022, and will be greatly missed by her family, friends, and city schools. Kaylee Sampson. Kaylee Sampson's presence in the classroom had brought happiness to all. He was a Bear superstar. His face has shone brighter, each smile shared to everyone in the room. He enjoyed music, art, and sensory class, the warm therapy pool, and swing garden and horseback riding. Kaylee loves stories read aloud to him, and especially when they are paired with music and auditory inputs or sound effects. He was always prepared for tasks and excited for classwork. He would hold his head up, vocalize, and laughed about his classmates singing and making noise. KK, as everyone fondly called him, has touched our heart. He holds a special place in our life. His mom, Miss Lawson, had been very supportive and involved. She made sure that Kaylee's class is taken care of during special occasions. He was one of our 8th grade graduates this year and would have been so excited to go into high school, the high school wing next year. Kaylee is so blessed to be surrounded with a loving family and his Bear family. We truly miss him and love him so dearly. We are so blessed to have him in our life. Rest in peace, KK. And Simone Pierce. Simone was a 12th grader at William S. Bear School and also most recently received instructions through home and hospital teaching. She loved science, and her face was always lighting up when listening and looking at pictures of animals. She also enjoys music and uses it during her break time and leisure. Simone is cherished by her family, school community, and friends. Her family was extremely supportive and brought Simone to school events when she was well enough to attend. Simone loved to learn and be involved in lessons with her classmates when she was at school. We were blessed to have her at our school since she was 3 years old. Rest in peace, Princess Simone. And now I would ask that we take a moment of silence in remembrance of all of our city schools members who have passed on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. One second. Is there a motion to approve the prior open session minutes?
So moved, Bandima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bandima. Is there a second?
Second, Chinya.
I heard Commissioner Chinya. Thank you. All in favor? Commissioner Bandima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner Horwitz?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. The motion passes. 8 in favor with 1 absent. Is there a motion to approve the closed session summaries?
So moved, Brooks.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Is there a second?
Second, Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. The motion passes 8 in favor. So following our January 25th board meeting, the board was asked by a local reporter about the decisions we made during the annual review process. Our response was simple. We want all students in Baltimore City to have the best learning opportunities available. That means we must remove obstacles to learning, such as broken or underutilized buildings, inefficient use of resources, and lack of access to programming. Outside of principals and teachers, few items directly impact students' learning more than the physical school building. High quality buildings will support all the needs of a 21st century learner. Poor quality structures can make achievement far more complex. City schools cannot improve its school buildings alone. To our elected officials and those running for office, it is challenging for our system to make much needed repairs to our buildings due to the continued lack of funding from the state of Maryland. The state requirement that we use more than 65% of our buildings to receive capital funding has handicapped our investment efforts. This especially impacts our charter and operator-led schools, which are breathing new life into older buildings, but may not have enough students to meet that very high bar. As a result, many students must attend great programs in lower quality buildings simply due to a bureaucratic hurdle. It's unfair to the students, the operators, and partners, and to our community. We need more elected officials to step forward and sweep this barrier aside. Many members of our local state delegation have met that challenge, but it's not enough. The utilization rate requirement directly impacts our ability to invest properly in our buildings. So if you're sitting in a seat right now, or if you're running for office, don't wait until a closure happens to make your voice heard. Instead, be proactive and fix this policy. I ask you all to please work together to change this rule with the IAC. This will go a long way to assisting the families and the communities of Baltimore City. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge and thank the students at Carver Vocational Technical High School for the catering services they provided to us earlier, along with chefs William Cooper, Reginald Trogdon, and the Career and Technical Education Office for helping us connect with Carver. I will now acknowledge some of the gifts and donations City Schools has received. Thank you to our donors and supporters for your generous support. A gift of $8,000 for improvements to buildings and facilities, food pantry from AmeriGroup for Gardenville Elementary School. A gift of $10,000 for program support and operations from the Jean and Sydney Foundation for the City Schools Re-Engagement Center. Thank you to our donors again. We truly appreciate that. Is there a motion to approve the quasi-judicial matters?
So moved, Brooks.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I am in favor. The motion passes 8 in favor. I will now turn it over to Dr. Santelises for CEO comments. And if she's speaking, I don't hear anything on my end. I don't know if you guys hear anything.
Now you won't. Do you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Great.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. I'd like to begin this evening by recognizing another outstanding achievement by our students. On Saturday, January 29th, I had the opportunity to visit the VEX robotics competition, where 19 teams from 11 Baltimore City public schools really provided some truly amazing examples of innovative design in the field of robotics. I had the opportunity to receive a one-on-one tutorial from students about the rules, what they were building, and it really was a time when I had only planned to spend a quick 15, 20 minutes saying hello, and ended up leaving 90 minutes, almost 2 hours later. And in fact, 4 teams from 3 high schools, Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, Mergenthaler, and Baltimore City College, were award winners and will move on to the state championships on March 5th. At the VEX, yes, shout out to all those schools. And then at the VEX IQ competitions for K-8 students, on the previous Saturday, 4 elementary teams, including 3 from Arlington Elementary School and 1 from Baltimore International Academy, as well as 4 middle school teams, including 1 from BIA and 3 from Commodore John Rogers Elementary Middle, were also award winners and qualified for the state championships on March 12th. Finally, just this weekend, another middle school team from Fort Worthington Elementary Middle School qualified for the state championships. Most of these teams are also invited to the 2022 Create USA Open to be held in Iowa from March 28th through April 6th. I want to thank Mayor Scott for showing up to support our students on the 29th. I want to thank Josh Gabriel. Josh, that's not how you say your last name. They tried to put it phonetically for me. Gabriels, our Director of Science, Health, and Physical Education. And special thanks to robotics specialist Gino Tagate, who runs our robotics program, for all of their hard work in giving our students this chance to shine. I remember as Chief Academic Officer, when I first arrived in Baltimore City, now probably 12 and a half years ago, we had a real fledgling robotics program. And now, because of their work and the work of so many others, Baltimore City really shines as a beam of excellence, frankly, in the area of robotics. And most importantly, I really want to extend my congratulations to every city school student who participated in these events, and my sincere, very sincere thanks to the team coaches, many of whom I had the chance to meet on Saturday, many of whom were advocating for their young people, the expansion of e-games, who took from their own time to ready the PDC for the competition. They just devote so much time and hard work to make sure our students are successful. Robotics really is a great example of how student exploration in advanced academic activities really is one of the goals of expansion through our Reconnect, Restore, and Reimagine initiative. We're grateful to everyone, even alum. I got a chance to meet 3 city schools alum, one of whom said to me, robotics saved my life and changed the trajectory of my career, and is now studying physics as a junior at Towson University. So I want to thank everyone for their time, for coming out. It really was a fantastic way to spend my Saturday morning. Next, for the past several months, my public comments at board meetings have largely focused, and rightly so, on our efforts to ensure that our staff and students benefit from in-person learning in safe, learning environments, and that's with good reason. It was important for us to take the time to reassure our students, staff, and families that our extensive mitigation measures and weekly testing have been effective in making our schools a safe place for everyone. I want to thank staff, school leaders, our new COVID response team, and I am pleased to announce that last week, our pool testing showed an approximate prevalence rate of less than 0.5%, and our high school positivity dropped to just 0.6%. So want to thank everyone who has been a part of making sure that we're doing everything we can to make in-school learning as safe as possible. And this evening, I want to take some time to really focus on other steps that we have taken to help our students overcome the real academic, physical, and social emotional challenges that they faced for the past 2 years. Through the implementation of our R3 plan, our Reconnect, Restore, and Reimagine initiatives. Later tonight, the board and the public will hear a presentation on the progress that we've achieved to date. But I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight some of the goals and purpose of that plan. Our Reconnect, Restore, and Reimagine initiatives really comprise the guiding goals in reopening schools for the 2021-2022 school year. This year has been challenging in many ways, more challenging or a different level of challenge than we were still in than when we were still in virtual learning. And so this plan, the R3 plan, really is a comprehensive multi-year effort that reflects our commitment to using the lessons we've learned during the pandemic to support our students in reaching their full potential. This has been developed really by ongoing dialogue with staff, students, families, community partners. Many families may have received and hopefully responded to the POSIP survey that went out over the last week or two, where we really are continuing to gather feedback real time about what you want to see prioritized. And the elements of the R3 plan really are designed to meet the immediate challenges presented by COVID. But just as important, they really are an extension that define our vision for what students' educational experience should be in years ahead. This really is not a sprint. It is a journey, and it will need more than 1 year to address all of the needs that our young people have. That vision and subsequent investments to achieve it are based on some of the following strategies that you will hear more about this evening. Academic acceleration through personalized learning at scale. We know that some 75% of student learning plans for every student in city schools are now currently on record. It also includes summer programming over 4 years, not just one. We had a great summer program and great response this year, but we know we're going to have to commit to enriched summer opportunities for young people to make sure that we are addressing real-time academic needs, also through high dosage tutoring, after school extended learning, and credit recovery options. We're also focusing on student wholeness. We heard from staff, from families, from students themselves, that expanded enrichment and academic opportunities, lifting and elevating opportunities for student voice, and reimagining time for students to ensure holistic experiences from a student perspective are going to be key, particularly in addressing the variety of needs and interests that our students have. We had the opportunity as a cabinet last week to speak to many of the student government representatives at ACE and at ACE Middle High School. And during our lunch break, the young people there really just demonstrated the kind of student participation that makes that's going to make and continues to make our district better. We had a chance to really hear from them some of the areas that needed to be addressed. And because of that, we actually sat down for lunch the next day just to really experience some of the challenges from their perspective that they were experiencing with school lunch in the past months, with a lot of the challenges post-pandemic. So those are all examples. That and robotics are examples of a variety of opportunities, as well as a real focus on continuing our commitment to communication for the times not only when we get it right, but also when we get it wrong. And so our continued commitment to town halls, to making sure that we have multiple opportunities, from small neighborhood engagements with families to larger citywide efforts like our family and community engagement team showed this summer with the very well attended, record attendance at our summer community back to school festivals. We also have a focus on school culture and climate and an environment of wellness while centering equity in all that we do. We know that mental health, social emotional learning, and the return to school routine is going to require continued support from what I like to call a quilt of adults who are available to support our young people, and a commitment to supporting our teachers and staff by aligning professional learning and helping to focus on their wellness through use of support time and other initiatives as well. This is a huge undertaking, but as you will see tonight, we have already made significant strides toward achieving our goals, despite the ongoing challenges that we had initially hoped would be receding. That progress has been made possible by the dedication and hard work of our staff, the support and engagement of our families and community partners, and most of all, by the resourcefulness, resilience, and determination of our young people throughout this time of challenge. As a community, we are proud of our progress, but we also know that we have a ways to go, that this is about a continued adjustment, a continued responsiveness, and being able to work together to make sure that we are all involved and all informed. That concludes my remarks for this evening. I turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. We will now hear a presentation from the Parent Community Advisory Board for their quarterly report.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rachel Duncan. It's nice to see you all. I joined PCAB summer of 2020 and am serving during this current school year as its treasurer. I also have a 5th grader and a 7th grader in Baltimore City Schools. So thank you for the opportunity to present PCAB's quarterly report. The report is an update for the public as of December 31st. About PCAB's work, and we organize our reporting around the 4 priorities that we established for this school year. The first of those priorities is to engage more broadly with families and school communities across the district. And so in support of that priority, we're very excited that we did launch our PCAB website in December and welcomed almost 9,000 new users to it that month. So I'm putting that link in the chat in case anyone would like to check it out. We continue to engage with families and community members on social media, primarily through Facebook and Twitter. And our family and community engagement, which is led by Nicole Humphreys, also added an email newsletter, our first email newsletter in January. As an important tool for engaging and reaching families and community members with opportunities to connect with PCAB and also with their school and with the district at large. Speaking of committees, the second priority is to build capacity within PCAB and in our committees. So we have been able to onboard actually about 10 members of the public to join PCAB board members in service on its committees. We've got family and community engagement, communications, policy, budget, and teaching and learning. And so I just want to recognize and appreciate all of those community volunteers who serve on our committees. The third priority for PCAB this school year is to define and create advocacy strategies for building power in parents and school communities. So one thing to highlight from the second quarter is we did partner with the Alliance to Reclaim Our Schools to host a virtual listening session for the community in December. And that was focused on defining educational goals and dreams and visions, and eventually that would become a platform to be advocated for at the state level. Stay tuned for more to come. We are working with our partners in City Schools Office of Communications, Engagement, and Enrollment with a video that should begin production in the coming weeks. That is an informational video about how parents can get involved in PCAB as part of our priority to offer capacity building opportunities for parents and community members. Last but certainly not least, our fourth priority for this school year is to serve as an accountability partner to our district and school board colleagues. PCAB's policy committee, just highlighting activity from the second quarter, PCAB policy committee did make public comment to the school board policy committee in October, requesting that information promised under the existing ECAE school police policy be made public in advance of the policy revision that is scheduled for first reader in May, so that community members can use this information, for example, the school police training schedule, to inform our feedback to the district as it revises the policy. But we have not received that information nor seen it be made public yet. Because the school police policy is one of our priority policy areas for this school year, the PCAB policy committee is looking for community partners to co-sponsor a listening session at our April public meeting, which is on April 21st, on the topic of school police, so that families and community members can share their lived experience, perspectives, and opinions on the role of police in Baltimore City schools. And the idea would be that PCAB could then compile the feedback from this session for the purpose of collaborating with Baltimore City Schools and the Baltimore City Police Department as they put pen to paper to revise this important policy and related orders. If anyone out there would like to partner for that listening session, please contact us at pcab@bcps.k12.md.us. And lastly, on the subject of accountability partnership for the district, we are working with Chief Hike Hubbard's Office of Communications, Engagement, and Enrollment on a request from PCAB that city schools establish a data sharing agreement to provide disaggregated academic discipline and other relevant data, not just by gender, race, or ethnicity, but also by categories like disability and English language learner status. Our responsibility at PCAB is for broad engagement with constituents across the city, and we know that an understanding of equity in our analysis requires that we see the data that is relevant for these goals. Ultimately, we hope that the data we are requesting is publicly available, not just for PCAB, but for all families and community members to see, because it currently is not. We encourage all families and community members to join PCAB in our next public meeting, which will be one of our 4 meetings per year that we have with Dr. Santelises. The meeting will take place on Thursday, February 17th at 6:30 p.m. You can connect on Facebook Live, facebook.com/BCPSPCAB. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you for all of the work you all are doing. I'm looking forward to checking out the website, so thank you for sharing that in the chat as well. Awesome.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I will now review the consent agenda. Board colleagues, please let me know if you would like an item removed, and please state your question for the staff. You should also know that our items for tonight are the operator renewal items and procurement. So there are no items for our student commissioner to vote on. items 8.01 and 8.02 will be voted on in accordance with the script. So I'll go through the list. 12.01, Media Rhythm Institute. Okay. 12.02, Coppin State University. And 12.03, Graduation Printing and Supplies. Okay, great. We're going to move in. Well, we're early now, so help me out, Christian. Should we jump to another information item? Because we're not at 6 o'clock yet.
Christian stepped out. We could go to the next. The first informational item is 9.01, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, the Kerwin presentation, which is a finance presentation.
Okay, and that's, do we have enough time, Allison, for that presentation?
I mean, both informational presentations are fairly long. I think this is the, I think this is the shorter one of the two.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So let's, if the staff is ready, we can go to 9.01 right now. And to be fair, if we have to come back to it, right? If we're running out of time or whatever, we can always come back to it. But let's get started with it now. The staff's ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay, commissioners? Thank you.
I can hear you.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Chris Doherty. I am the Chief Financial Officer, and I, along with some colleagues, am delighted to be presenting to you tonight on the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. First, a systems check. Courtney, are you handling the slides, or is someone else handling the slides? Courtney is in the next office, so let me, if you'll allow me, ma'am, to check, because I think he's doing most of the presenting and he may be having a technical issue. Please forgive me.
Okay.
Hi, it's Christy. He's about to come on right now because it's a little earlier than he expected, but he's going to come on and put the slide up. One moment, please.
Yeah, you take your time. Yeah, we are early, and I know you guys weren't ready to go this early.
While Courtney sets up the slides, please allow me to make some brief introductory remarks. This is the first in what will definitely be a series of overview presentations about the Kerwin implementation. I think we all know, most people know some things about Kerwin, but with this presentation, we'll begin a more formal presentation of what's involved and what activities we'll be doing. That said, even Allison Perkins-Cohen mentioned that this is probably the shorter of the two informational presentations. We're going to try to stick to the 20-ish minute time frame for the presentation, so that will necessitate it being kind of a once over lightly. At the same time, we think it's important that we at least touch on the main components, even if only briefly, to give the commissioners and the public kind of a tour of the horizon of what the moving parts, what the biggest moving parts are for the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. And a procedural note is Kerwin is what many of us have been calling it when it was going through the legislative stage. The formal name is the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, but I think you will certainly hear people use both terms kind of interchangeably. Courtney, if you could do me the favor of forwarding it. By its very nature, this presentation and the Kerwin Blueprint activities touch on all 7 of the board's strategic priorities. That's not a catch-all. By its design, it is meant to go soup to nuts with all aspects of instructional areas, and so therefore this presentation will touch on all of your 7 strategic priorities. Courtney? Briefly, this gives an outline of what we plan to discuss tonight, and that is to give you an overview of the timeline and the main categories. We will then talk a bit about the vision that City Schools has for our Kerwin implementation. And then, so that it's not all just mentioning things in the abstract, we want to give a few examples of what we call program level examples to put some meat on the bones of what this is all about. Interestingly, I'm a finance person and cont'd is a finance person because at its core, the blueprint is a funding source. Kerwin is a funding source. And so as we're just now starting, it makes sense that the finance folks are maybe leading the discussion, but relatively soon, finance will morph into the people leading the actual activities, right? Because it's although it is a wonderful new funding source and it was a long time coming and we're delighted to have such a significant funding source, it's all about what we're going to do with the funding source. So these updates over time will move from Courtney and I and other finance people giving presentations and move to the people who are actually doing activities in the schools with Kerwin funding. Our program level examples are actually going to be Judy centers, the 0 to 5 birth centers that is an explicit part of the blueprint. And also, please forgive, this was an earlier draft. The other example we're going to use for illustrative purposes is concentrations of poverty grant and how Kerwin funding in FY23 will affect schools that receive concentrations of poverty grants. And then one last word on this setup is because of its complexity and because of its importance, we have purposely put a lot of information together, but we're going to put them in the appendix. And we did that because we didn't think we had enough time, to go through all of the detail we want, but we wanted to create a Baltimore City specific reference for folks. So when we post this presentation, you'll see that there are about 15 or 16 slides that we want to walk through tonight. And there's a good 24 or so slides with more details broken out by policy area that we explicitly wanted to create as a reference. And one other item has to do with funding. And even now, both at the time that we submitted this proposal to the board and now at this moment, we still don't have all of the, they're not even really details. We don't have all of the funding information that we need and that you all will be getting as soon as we have it. And it's not specific to Baltimore City. Other districts are like we are waiting to hear more about certain contributions from the state. So this is very much a work in progress. We were just on a call today, earlier today, with the Maryland State Department of Education about such things as the calculation of the local contribution. They are expecting to give us the missing bits of information or confirmations of what those amounts are by the end of the week. That certainly hasn't slowed down any of our planning on the activities, but it does prevent us from having final numbers for FY23. And I think that's the overview that I've presented, and now Courtney will present in more detail, and that will then move into the specific examples.
All right. Good evening, everyone. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So Courtney is a special assistant to the CFO, and I'm going to walk through some of the next few slides on the Kerwin presentation. So the first thing that we have up is the timeline and main categories. So what we wanted to highlight here, a couple important things. Kerwin's been, talked about for a few years. The Kerwin Commission was created in 2016 and has been working with community members and a number of different advocacy groups on gathering information for this. So the policy areas were developed in 2019, and those 5 policy areas that you're going to hear us reference over and over again. And I know some folks say 4 policy areas because they leave out the governance and accountability, which isn't a focus area the way some of the others are in terms of subjects, but it's still a very important pillar for Kerwin, and it's part of what they're looking towards in terms of how we apply the funding formula. So the 5 policy areas are early childhood education, high quality and diverse teachers and leaders, college and career readiness, additional resources for student success, and governance and accountability. So those are the things that we're referencing specifically when we talk about the Kerwin bill and the application of Kerwin bill. So those were developed 2019, right around when the initial bill was passed. There was a second amended version of the bill which updated the timeline and some of the dollar amounts in 2020. As we know, there was an initial veto in 2020 and the bill was overridden in 2021. So it takes us to where we are right now in 2022, which is the implementation phase of the process. So that has already begun to a certain extent. We have a number of deliverables that we've already had to turn in to MSD and AIB, information used for enrollment, information used for the funding calculation that we've already received parts of. And that's going to continue throughout this year with the actual submission of our district implementation plan in June of 2022. So that sort of like, culminates the implementation part of the process. Going through the implementation plan, which is a big chunk of what we're working towards in the near future, we wanted to make sure that we are building it in a method that is conscientious of how we have been funding the district already. We know that Baltimore City Public Schools, we fund using fair student funding. We fund in a way that's a little different from how other districts who use staffing models fund their schools. Our process, by design is more complex and more complicated, but a lot of that is because of our priority of making sure that we're funding schools and we're funding schools in a way that allocates resources equitably across schools. Did one of the commissioners have a question? I thought I saw a hand go up.
Sorry, Mr. Desmond, can you hear me? This is Christian. At least on Teams, the slide is getting cut off for us. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that. So I have the PDF up, I can share it, but we're only seeing like a quarter of it. Again, I don't know if anybody else is having that issue.
Yeah, it's happening. I just got a text about it too. So it is happening.
Courtney, I pulled up the PDF. You want to just guide me along? Because we can't see the whole thing.
Sure. It's
Okay.
on
Sorry to interrupt.
5. So I should stop sharing?
Yes.
Okay.
And just let me know when you want me to move along. But like I said, we couldn't see it.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So yeah, I was talking about, building the plan in a way that is sort of specific to our district. It's different for other jurisdictions that use a staffing model. A lot of our funding in Baltimore City Public Schools is not just driven by us in central office allocating resources. Principals have a say as to how those resources get distributed within their specific schools and how they get allocated. We have our fair student funding model that we updated a few years ago that changes, the fact that we're going to incorporate funding for poverty. So this is something that's now built into Kerwin, but it's something that we as a district were already doing. It was already a priority for us. So what we've been looking at is like how we integrate what we've already been doing with what the requirements are of Kerwin. So that, is referring to these 3 sort of areas of making sure we're building it strategically. So, it's dependent on the financial structures that we've already put in place, but it's tied to what the requirements are from Kerwin and maintaining the equity conscious focus that we've had already in the district and enhancing that where we're allowed to do so within the parameters of Kerwin. And then building the actual implementation plan. So having an understanding of what the submission is that we're going to look like and relating how we do things as a district in relation to Kerwin. Next slide, please. So the first part, building strategically, there are a couple of things to think about. One is that with the new money, there are a lot of new requirements with Kerwin. And we said that a number of times, and we're going to get a little more into the weeds of what that actually means. But there are also different timelines. So there are certain elements that we have to think about this year, fiscal year 23, that we're building for the budget that's upcoming in July. And there are other elements that we need to plan for, knowing that they're going to be upcoming in 24, 25, for the next 10 years, in some cases. And that takes a number of different forms. Some of them are in terms of reporting requirements. Some of them are in terms of expenditures. Some of them are sort of ramp up goals, like things we want to get to at different points. So we're making sure that we highlight for all the parties, particularly the folks in the different offices, who are going to be involved in this work, what the expectations are going forward over what period of time, what's going to be involved in terms of getting to those points, so that it's not like, oh, wow, we have a deadline that we know we need to submit a report on this, next year saying that we've met these goals. But we haven't already been building up to that goal. We haven't already been planning towards meeting that marker and setting, reaching that level of achievement. So to do that, we've been looking at our current and ongoing work. So understanding essentially what those requirements are, what the implication of those requirements are, and what the timelines are for those. Identifying any necessary changes to how we're doing things right now that need to be built into achieving those goals. Identifying and engaging the relevant stakeholders, as I mentioned. Setting up teams, that are cross office and functional in terms of getting to those goals. Understanding whose area of responsibility those different tasks are, and then building something that we can engage stakeholders on for their feedback and input as we go through the process. Next slide, please. So the next area is, as I mentioned, the equity conscious focus, and the fact that we do already have a certain element of this built in to how we fund schools right now. So it kind of puts us ahead in terms of, looking at things in this way, something that we've already been doing as opposed to other jurisdictions who are new to the idea of, funding on an individual school level and funding based on poverty and some of the other ways. But it's still complicated in that we have to integrate how we've been doing things with how, Kerwin requires. Some of that I've discussed already, and some of that we're going to be planning for over the next year or so as we change the Fair Student Funding model to make sure that it's meeting those new requirements. So creating work groups to address the big issues is a key step in that. We've already done so and starting to have those conversations. Developing communications plans is one of the phases that we're getting to shortly. So as we're going about synthesizing this information and understanding what it means, making sure that we are setting up a method for communicating that out to all the stakeholders involved. So in some cases, that's going to be the board. In some cases, that's going to be school communities. In some cases, that's going to be principals and teachers and staff. So setting up that larger communication plan for how these changes are going to be taking place and how they're going to be, experiencing those changes. And it's going to have to be a multi-year sort of approach because, again, some of the information we're receiving now, some of it we don't have yet, some of it is not due until 3 or 4 years down the road. And some of it's going to change over time. So we have to make sure we're looking at that plan over a multi-year period. Understanding what inputs are needed and what groups are needed from, and making sure that we're developing a strategic budget alignment, coordinating the milestones and next steps so that everyone's working towards the same goal. Next slide, please. So with regards to the implementation plan, this is a drastically oversimplified view of Kerwin in a nutshell, this little circle. And it's three main things. As Chris mentioned earlier, it's a new funding formula. We're getting money in new ways. That's step one. We're replacing how we were allocated funds before. And if you remember, the way that we worked before as a district was we had an allocation that we received, right, as essentially general fund dollars. And it was assigned to us based on certain criteria. So they took into account our enrollment, they took into account wealth, they took into account counts of different students in different groups. But we put all of that into our general fund. And then we had our own formula, Fair Student Funding, which determined how we allocated that to schools. So that process has now changed. It's no longer we get the funding one way and we allocate it another way. It's now that the way that we get the funding has to align with how we allocate the funding. So that's a major, major part of Kerwin that, I want to make sure we impart to folks. Again, I'll repeat it. We used to get the money, based on specific criteria, and then we allocate it based on how we determine. That's not the same anymore. We get the money with specific uses, and those specific categories of funding have to be allocated all the way down to the school level for those very same uses. And with that is the third part, which is tracking the expenditures. So some of the funding that we get and our ability to continue to get that funding in the future will be dependent on our ability to show adequately that we're meeting those minimum requirements. That where it said that 75% of X dollars has to go to schools, we're able to report back out that that 75% did actually go to schools and was used for the purpose that it was intended. So that's a big thing. I think folks very often key in on the more money and even on the changing how schools receive that money part. But it's very important that we manage the tracking of the spending of those dollars and making sure that we know and we can explain and report on that those dollars were allocated in alignment with how they were intended to be spent. Next slide, please. So this slide, sort of like a cheat sheet slide, it highlights the 5 policy areas, and it picks out a few things from each policy area that we've already started discussing and flagging as long-term concerns. Some of the things we've already started working on in fiscal year 23, and some of them are further down the road that we need to start building up and ramping towards. So I'm gonna, just quickly highlight or pull out a couple of those things. We have kindergarten readiness assessment being administered to all kindergarten students as part of early childhood, expansion of infant and toddler programs, additional duty centers. As part of priority 2, high quality and diverse teachers, we have compensation changes and collaborative planning time for teachers. As part of CCR, we have additional support to students to achieve CCR readiness, focus on post-CCR pathways and technical education programs. As part of additional resources, we have the expansion of school-based health centers and behavioral health centers, increase in academic support for struggling K-3 students. And as part of governance and accountability, we have increased number of school funding components based on student need. So these are things like, reading the legislation and going through discussion groups that we have pointed out and highlighted, and we started thinking through, sort of like I said, a quick cheat sheet on some of the bullet points of things that Kerwin wants us to be aware of and work towards as we continue to build this. Next slide. So the next 5 slides, I'm going to go through pretty quickly. And what this is, it sort of shows for each policy area a little bit of the timeline that we discussed, like things that are due, when they're due, when we want to start, but when we want to report on certain items or when we have to have certain items implemented. It also highlights a couple of things that we've already sort of checked the box on or we already had done. And it pulls up on the left slide in the blue, on the left side of the slide in the blue bubble, some of the legislation references and language that tie to the items on the slide. So I'm not going to read through these items, but these are useful for folks to sort of look through to get an idea of the timelines and activities. And some of these too are moving targets. There are already discussions by AIB on updating some of the timelines of some of the deliverable dates, knowing, I think a little bit of self-awareness in terms of like they're now getting set up to a certain extent. They expected to have already been up and running. They're encountering things that need more clarification or more feedback on. So I think they want to be a little more flexible with some of the timelines, but some of these things also tie to how our funding is going to come in and how our funding is going to change over time or from one year to the next. Certain items, like I mentioned, get ramped up as time progresses. Certain items get phased out. Some items get replaced entirely. So the timeline is important in terms of understanding what our landscape is going to look like over the next 10, 11 years. You can skip through the next slide. Yeah, so that last one was on policy area 1. This again, the same thing in terms of the timeline on policy area 2. And as you can see in this one, like 2026 is a big year in terms of making sure that we've met some of these goals. But again, we don't want to tackle all of this in that year. We want to make sure we're building up to these goals, that we're working our way up to these goals. We're making incremental changes along the way that help us get to those goals. Next slide. Same for CCR, and CCR is one with particularly thorny or complex issues, I want to say, in terms of how funding is received and allocated based on the criteria and grading of students. And it's an area that I think is still under discussion and still going to be up for more feedback as we move forward. So it's another one that we want to make sure folks are getting a good understanding of. Initially, as in year 1, right now, it's not a lot of money coming towards CCR. We do expect that to ramp up moving forward, but it's one that we have to pay attention to the details on as much as anything else, how that's going to be treated and how it's going to be allocated. Next slide, please. All right, so this one, it's a little difficult to represent. So a lot of the new funding streams start from, this year, fiscal year 23. Right now, the third quarter, where we're getting an allocation amount for these funding streams. But this slide doesn't really show the magnitude. As I mentioned, some of these things are going to change over time. So they're starting now, but CPG, how that's going to look over time, or which schools are going to fall within the CPG categories are going to change over time. The amounts that we get for compensatory and how that's going to look over time. So while they're all in place and some of these will be carried through, the magnitude of some of these will change as well. Next slide. So governance and accountability, there are a lot of activities and deadlines associated with this. And one of the things that has been expressed to us is that they're actually hoping that, with the wealth of new reporting requirements that we're going to have, that these replace some of our old reporting requirements, things that we had to submit to MSDE or to AIB for one purpose or another, or DLS, that this information that we're going to be asked for now will be more comprehensive. So I'm hoping that it's not just, lip service to the extent that where it's possible, that it really does take away some of our old reporting requirements where there are redundancies. They're also currently working through a process of streamlining how they gather information from the different districts, and that's something that we're participating in. They're using a much more technology-heavy approach to get information more directly, so less in terms of producing and submitting reports, and more in terms of them being able to synthesize the data that they need from already provided information. Like if they already have our enrollment, they already have our demographic breakdown of students, they can do the per pupil calculations, they can arrive to the conclusions, as to how some of those things are being spent. So it's still very much in a preliminary phase, but it is, a little bit exciting that that's a possibility and may help reduce some of the strenuous reporting requirements that we expect to be part of the bill. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to be turning over at this point for one of the specific examples. As Chris mentioned earlier, we did pull out, just because we can't go on too much longer, a couple specific things for folks to think about and discuss. And the first one is going to be on Judy Centers that I'm going to turn over to Crystal Francis to lead us through.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to see everybody again. So we did want to just talk through some of the an example of how we are utilizing these Kerwin funds. One of the programs that has been mentioned is Judy Centers. As many folks know, we have 12 Judy Centers here in Baltimore City, and so we really wanted to be thoughtful about what expansion would look like in the city over the next couple of years. The blueprint really is proposing a really large ramp up over the next couple of years. We wanted to be thoughtful about what that would look like here. The first thing that we did was really sit down to figure out what is the cost of Judy Centers to the system. So each Judy Center right now receives $330,000 in funding from the state. And then there's an additional $240,000 that's covered by the district, and that pays for the 2 full-time staff. The model of Judy Centers is really to make sure that we keep our staffing fairly light so that we can ensure that the funding is going directly to the families. And I think everyone here is pretty familiar with the success of the program, the wraparound services, what it does in schools and communities as it is helping to transform school readiness. So we just also wanted to show a graph here of just a projection of what it could look like as we expand over the next few years. We use an average of adding 3 Judy Centers per year, knowing that there may be some years that we add 1, or there may be some years that we add 5, but 3 felt like a good number as we were trying to really figure out how to do this a good round number. So we have really been working with our partners in the CFO's office, academics, to kind of plan out what this model could look like, making sure that we are thinking very strategically about how to ensure that we've got Judy Centers that are kind of located all throughout the city. An additional thing that we did kind of put in for the request was making sure that there are additional district office staff persons to ensure that even as we ramp up, that we are making sure that the program is maintaining quality. And I think the next slide is Dr. Kim Hoffman.
Thanks, Crystal. Good evening, everyone. So the second example that we wanted to just give a little bit more information about is the Concentrations of Poverty grant. This grant is becoming a very large funding stream through the Kerwin legislation. You can see where we are this year at roughly 52 million across 2 parts of the grant. The grant does give us what's called the personnel side, which really covers that community school coordinator and nursing expansion. That was the piece that was first phased in 3 years ago. And this school year, we started with the new component of the per pupil grant, which is going to be growing over the next 7 years in the amount of money per pupil as well as the poverty rate threshold for schools to be eligible. And you can see the jump from this year at 22.5-ish million to next year, it's more than double. Just for perspective, concentrations of poverty as of fiscal 23 is now bigger than the investment City Schools gets through Title I. For next year on this slide, we do have updated data since we put this deck together. We were projecting that 125 schools would get that personnel grant. It's actually going to be 123. We were projecting schools that would be eligible, and the per pupil grant will actually be 104. So with these grant funds, beyond what we have to do in the legislation for the community school coordinator and the nursing expansion, the funds kind of cover two things. The first being our centralized plan. It's pretty much been unchanged since we started 3 years ago with this grant, ensuring that all of our traditional schools have a 1.0 social worker. Crystal was just talking about how we're funding duty center positions. Actually, concentrations of poverty covers the cost of one of the two duty center positions. Working with our supports for our new teachers, ensuring schools that are our intensive learning sites for literacy or wholeness, those position costs get covered through the concentrations of poverty funds, as well as some other district supports for wholeness and college and career readiness. Beyond that centralized plan, and I would note everything in that centralized plan are direct supports to the schools. Beyond the centralized plan are those school level funds, where the schools, based on the guidance and the requirements of the legislation, can purchase positions and activities and supports to meet their students' needs. This really is that focus of beyond that regular classroom instruction for how it's going to meet the community needs. This year, some of the examples, schools have used this money to buy intervention teachers, to buy more art teachers, to renovate their playground, to do things around physical wellness and other enrichment experiences. So it really is, how are we giving our students in poverty those opportunities? So thank you. That is the second example.
Thank you, Kim and Crystal. Chris Doherty again, CFO. I just wanted to add before we open it up for questions that hopefully you now see the kind of method to our madness of this particular presentation. By that I mean a once over lightly of all of the moving parts, but then importantly to go to a real example or two to put the meat on the bones. One other comment about, which I think is illustrative of Kerwin, not just in the Judy Center example, but although although it's a funding source, as we say, it isn't so much that there are going to be at a school level, now it's time to do the Kerwin things, or Tuesday is Kerwin Day or anything. What these funds are going to let us do is expand and enrich and do more of the things that we're doing at the school level. The Judy Centers, for example, when Crystal mentioned that the average cost of at the school level is about $570,000, and the graph, and we know it was small and hard to see, but that graph was meant to show that about 58% of the funding would come from the state, and the rest would come from us, come from other funds. It's all city schools money, but that is by design with Kerwin. They almost want to. It isn't so much that there's money available to do certain things, and that's that. It's like a matching grant, that it helps support the things that we've determined are good for kids and good for schools, but it isn't, it very much is a braiding of different funding sources together with the new Kerwin funds and existing funds like Kim Hoffman explained, and that's why it's hard to generalize across programs. But that's that overview, plus a lot of information we put together in the appendices, gives a glimpse of where we are now in the blueprint implementation phase. In the crawl, walk, run cycle, we're definitely in the crawl. And along with other districts, we still have lots of unanswered questions to the state about specific matters, but we're excited about the significant funding source. And Courtney also mentioned that we have an implementation plan. It's perhaps the first per se deliverable from the administration side. That's due June 30th. So the first time that we as a district are going to submit an implementation plan to the AIB, which is the Accountability and Implementation Board of the blueprint. And Courtney serves as the Baltimore City's blueprint coordinator. That massive document will have more details on how we're approaching this going forward into a multi-year implementation. So I know we're at time, but we wanted to get as much as we could into our time, and we really appreciate the opportunity. And hopefully, you're also getting our excitement about this. As many unanswered questions as there are, it's a long time coming, and we're very, very excited to be where we are with this additional funding.
Thank you, Chief Doherty, and to the team. Thank you so much for putting that together. I want to invite my board commissioners. Are there any questions for this team? I see Commissioner Griffin.
Yes, hi, good evening, and thank you so much for the presentation and walking us through all of those pieces. And I definitely appreciate the appendix as well and the way that you all have separated the two pieces to be able to be looked at. One question or really a thought is when walking through this implementation process and then understanding that funding is coming in and has to go to specific places, it takes me back to something that I asked about in the last go round for budgeting, which was the resource map. And I'm curious, like one, I would just like to remind folks about that request and push for us to really do that, to develop that resource map, because I feel like it could be a helpful tool in understanding the lay of the land now and where our resources are now, and also understanding how the funding that's coming in is being matched with either ramping up or providing new resources to specific areas. So I just wanted to flag that because I really think that could be a great tool to utilize, especially when we think about the sources of funding coming in.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. I see Commissioner Reed and then Commissioner Roberts in that order.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Doherty and Courtney. My question is, it relates to a slide in the appendix C1. It's like, think it's page 27, but I guess my question is, you posed some great questions there. I guess the only way we can get answers to those questions later on, based on what you said, would be to discern how much the funding is and how the funding leads to the planning and the uses. Is that my right approach in terms of, so it doesn't matter till you get the money, then you can decide how to spend the money? Is that your point?
Yes, sir. You point out a good example in the college and career readiness, which is, all of these things are wide ranging, but this one in particular, we certainly want to have to know what the available pot is before we can collectively make decisions about where they go. That's why, as excited as we are, we don't have the final FY23 number, so we can do preliminary things, but we can't make proposals to the board and to the CEO about divvying up a pie when we don't know the size of the pie. So yes, you said it more succinctly than I did. And in the questions raised in Appendix C1, all of those would have an implied, depending on how much money is available. And that's still an open question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, you're next, Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. There were several areas that I wanted to highlight around the sliding scale for the family income model. And I think that was between slide 10 and then in the appendices, it was slide 19 and 20. For that, I think you laid out really beautifully the sliding scale model for family income. Courtney, could you just take a couple minutes to go through that again? Because that's really important. Yes. I'm sorry, your mic wasn't on. So for pre-K kindergarten, could you briefly review that? Because that is paramount to this model.
Okay. On Christian, do you have it up still?
Hold on one
Page.
moment. Hold on, I need to pull it up again.
Yeah, so this one is
Number 10,
19.
Mr. Gant.
Oh.
Actually, Christian, can you go to slide 19?
Yeah. Right. So this one highlights the tier system breakdown, and this one is particularly interesting. Like as far as like complicated parts of the Kerwin formula go, I think you pick like one of the most interesting. And let me give you one of the like tip of the iceberg nuances with this. So as with most of the funding streams, we receive like both a state and local appropriation. For I think 6 of the 11, we get both. In this instance, the local appropriation or the language is such that it says, we Silty schools are gonna get the state and local amounts. We're gonna take the local amount that we get, part of the local amount that we get, give it back to the state so that the state can then pay the private providers for some of the pre-K work based on the percentages. So even within like what seems complicated on paper, it's even more like complicated on practice. And that's some of the detail that we're still kind of talking and thinking through. But pertinent to this is the breakdown of where families fall within the tier. So what we're trying to do here is sort of like take the complex language of the legislation and put it into a table that we hope, folks would sort of like be able to read to and understand how it's going to be done sort of going forward, because the requirements based on the tier dictate how the funding has to be spent and at what point in time.
Thank you, Courtney. So I'm gonna skip to slide 25, the student to teacher ratio. And so what comes to mind for me is as we look at the larger diversified portfolio and utilization rates of buildings and other variables, what does this requirement actualize to for some of our smaller school communities, and how is the system planning to adjust to that from a budget perspective? And when I say that, I'm thinking of the limitation of 20 students per one teacher.
Yeah, this one is big. This one is going to be very big for us. And this is one of the ones I was specifically referencing with regards to us building up to over time. The end date or the first date of consideration for this really is 2026 or fiscal year 26. But it's not something that we can get to fiscal year 25 and say, oh, okay, next year we need to do this. We have to build up to this one because this is pretty big. It's changing how we're compensating educators in the classroom, and then also changing the class sizes, which have a direct correlation to each other. So you're saying at the same time, you're going to be compensating educators more, but also reducing the amount of students that on an individual level they can work with, which means that you need to have more educators at a higher pay scale. So that has a significant impact in terms of how funding needs to be allocated, resources need to be allocated, and even, which I think you're alluding to a certain extent, how students are divvied between school buildings and zones, et cetera. Because building capacity is a factor, it's one of the things that we've already discussed or looked at with regards to this specific area. Building capacity is a physical factor. Like having that sort of ratio, what does that mean for the classroom capability within the school? Where classes are designed to hold 20-something students right now, when you're going to have a ratio like this, what does that mean? What does it mean when a school can't have as many segments or sections or classes as they had before because their building simply does not have room? So that's some of what we're planning or want to plan towards and are thinking through. This one, again, long-term, big picture implications that, aren't readily apparent when you just look at the wording, in the legislation.
And then my next one will be for slide 33 for the school-based health centers. In thinking about, even just having a teacher shortage, we're currently experiencing a nursing shortage. So what's taking place strategically to place the additional school-based health centers? Like, how are we being strategic around that? I think that even speaks to my colleague, Commissioner Griffin's point around, even with the Judy centers, how are we strategically deciding on where these school-based health centers and Judy centers should be placed?
Yeah, I think this one, it largely there are a lot of different parties that are going to have to participate in this one of which is the city of Baltimore. And this one ties to something with the last one that we were discussing as well, with regards to the teacher positions and teacher salaries and having X amount of teacher per student. We're running into a number of scenarios where we're going to be seeing an increased demand for positions that we don't have right now readily available. And this is one of the things that, again, we have to ramp up to. This is something that we've actively had conversations with the Human Capital Office, because this is a big, area for them. This one and the compensation one that we discussed in policy area 2, because these things have big impacts for how we as a district structure our hiring processes, our wage structures, the conversations that we're going to have with our union partners. And, that being one of the things, like, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. There are conversations that are taking place as to what we can do to kind of get to those goals, but we're still in the very early stages of those.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
So I want to, before we go to the next commissioner, I want to gauge, I think I see Commissioner Reed. Is that a new hand up, or is that a?
Oh, no, I'll take it down. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then Commissioner Roberts, that's from previous. Okay. So we have Commissioner Brooks. Brooks's hand is up. I want to get a sense of if that's the last commissioner with questions, only because I do want to respect the time of the public and we need to move to public comment. So are there any, outside of Commissioner Brooks, are there any other questions? And I don't see any additional hands. So Commissioner Brooks, we'll go to you and then you'll close this session out for us.
Great, thank you. And Courtney, this doesn't necessarily require an answer right now, but we could just follow up with it later. But I'm interested on that same slide, particularly around behavioral health strategies. I'm interested in figuring out to what degree are we able to think more in terms of equitable, like, distribution of behavioral support services. And so are we saying that we want a base of every single school? Yes, but we also know that schools have different concentrations of students with different needs. And so I'm interested to figure out sort of what would that look like in this context in a model, to be sure that we're also not just, that we're also observing equity in sort of how we actually do the work. And then also I think this is one of the areas where we have these current activities on the board. I think it might be beneficial for us as a body to also think deeply about, of these options, are there other things or other areas that we think are important as a collective, that we might be able to sort of invest some, direct our energy and attention to, particularly around when I think about the mental health support services that I think are still needed and still need to be scaled to address sort of the continued impacts of COVID-19 on our mental health of our students and our teachers. And so I'd love to just raise that piece and have some more conversations about that at some other point.
Thank you. I think those are very good points and observations that we, things that we should discuss. It highlights one of the things that really is not a thorn, but a complexity thing with the formula, in that with a lot of the funding being very prescribed, the amount of wiggle room we have left for the things where we want to accentuate or highlight things, that's also changing. So, we're looking at the ways in which we can apply the funding, but to your point, if there's an equity issue, if we're looking at, where these things are being distributed and it's not being distributed in a way that we as a district, think meets our goals, or we say everyone should have this service, but the funding says, it's only going to go to X, Y, and Z schools based on the requirements. How do we make up those gaps and make up those differences? And that's part of what, we're still kind of thinking through.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you again to Chief Doherty and the whole team who put this together. I am personally looking forward to more conversations around this. So thank you. Thank you all. We do want to move into public comment. Speakers from recognized groups will have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. Christian, I'm going to ask you to help me keep time tonight, if you would, please. First, we have Diamond Tay Brown. She's the president of the Baltimore Teachers Union. Is she with us still?
Madam Chair, she's in a video, so give me one moment to
Oh,
pull it.
okay. Okay.
Good evening, members of the Baltimore City School Board and all other members of the Baltimore City Schools community. BCPSS school staff are being overworked, disrespected, and they are burning out. These conditions ill-position school staff to best educate and service our students. School staff are overloaded with work. North Avenue BTU members are being asked to do their jobs and provide support at school-based sites. School sites are short-staffed and need staffing support. One response to this challenge was district leadership requesting that staff who work at our central office volunteer to work at a school site to provide support to schools. Many BTU members that work at central office are sacrificing their time with family, their health, and their sanity to meet the many unreasonable expectations of their core jobs. So respectfully, some employees stationed at the central office declined the volunteer opportunity because they did not feel that they had the capacity to volunteer and meet their core job demands. Unfortunately, some staff members' capacity limits were dismissed by their supervisors. Instead of honoring capacity limits communicated by staff, district leadership took away the staff's choice to volunteer at a school site and shifted to demanding or insisting that the staff member go to a school site to support. It's encouraging that district leadership is responding to the additional support needed at schools, but creating more burden on already overworked and underpaid BTU members at central office to do so is not a solution we prefer. School staff, students, and parents propose varying kinds of support and proposals in order to address staff shortages in city schools and many other concerns, but frustratingly, much of the support and proposals offered by the directly impacted were deprioritized by city schools. Instead, city schools continues to adopt solutions and perpetuate a culture that is based on doing more with less and encouraging people to be team players so that we can do what's best for our students. Continuing to accept doing more with less is not what's best for our students. We can't keep accepting doing more with less because our students deserve more. We must substantially increase our advocacy and be more ambitious with our demands for resources for all students, not just students that attend some schools. We can't sustain doing more with less. School staff are burnt out, retiring early, and resigning because they feel unsupported, overworked, and disrespected. Paraprofessionals are gracefully agreeing to substitute, but in too many instances aren't being paid for subbing unless they demand pay or get union representation. Secretaries and office assistants' safety and contractual rights continue to be violated during emergency closings. City school staff members are being asked to do too much instead of city schools hiring the appropriate additional staff. BTU members have gone beyond being team players. Our labor is being exploited. City schools must move towards solutions that prevent burnout and must pay people properly for their labor. Resources being provided as a result of the blueprint for Maryland legislation allow for BCPSS to pay school staff more so that they are being properly compensated for their work. Reduce direct instruction to 60% of the school day so that school staff have more time to do all the work that serves students aside from direct instruction. And support teachers in obtaining their national board certification by assisting with test registration fees. BCPSS unfortunately missed the deadline to submit the documentation necessary to secure funds from the state that would assist with test registration fees. This is unfortunate because there were over 200 teachers that expressed interest in getting financial assistance for NVC registration fees. This missed deadline could have been avoided if city schools hired or designated a NVC coordinator. The coordinator can help keep track of deadlines. Per my knowledge, BCPSS still has yet to designate an NVC coordinator. Missed opportunities like this one, which was designed to support school staff members, is disappointing. BTU continues to welcome BCPSS leadership and board members to collaborate with BTU on how to best implement the mandates set forth by the Blueprint for Maryland policies. Effectively implementing the Blueprint mandates like increasing staff pay and providing financial assistance for mandated exams can be one way for city schools to signal to city school staff that the board and district leadership are working towards more support for school staff. BTU also looks forward to advocating and working with district leadership and school board members to ensure that school staff members not mentioned in the Blueprint for Maryland legislation also get substantial wage increases that are more in line with the workload they carry to keep our district surviving. Have a good evening.
Okay, I'm hearing an echo. Okay, that's better. Next, we have a past board commissioner, David Stone. Is David Stone with us?
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, David.
Hello. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, and Madam CEO. Some of you may remember that I was on this school board for 9 years, where I served as the vice chair for 3 years. During that time, I had the great fortune of being part of the group that helped develop the charter school policy. And I feel that Baltimore City's done a great job with charter schools in the time that we have been able to implement, open up those schools. In addition, I served as the district's first director of charter schools, as well as community schools. And if you need a reference, my former boss, Ms. Chinia, sits on the board with you. So, but tonight I am here as the treasurer of MAPS, which is the Maryland Association of Public Charter Schools. And we have written a letter that I would like to read out loud. And it won't take very long, but I do want to discuss this because it's something that's very important to our board. So if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, I'm going to read this letter to you. We genuinely appreciate the board's longstanding commitment to ensuring involvement of stakeholders and the incorporation of stakeholder feedback into the public charter school operator renewal process. This commitment was underscored recently when the board communicated that stakeholder feedback on the renewal process is encouraged to help identify ways in which the process could be strengthened. As a longstanding stakeholder representing over 48 charter schools and 23,000 students, MAPS is writing to provide our feedback regarding the recent changes to the rubric used for the 2021-2022 renewal process. To be clear, our feedback is not regarding the merits of the announced changes by the renewal rubric. Rather, we believe the significant changes were communicated untimely and unclearly to charter operators and the public at large. This board previously stated that one of the primary goals in improving its charter renewal process and rubric is to maintain as much predictability as possible for schools. The State Board of Education has also endorsed and echoed the same principle by emphasizing the need for school systems to set clear expectations for charter schools regarding charter renewals that are communicated well in advance of the renewal decisions. This was a decision actually related to a Baltimore City school, NACA, the Northwood Apple Community Charter School. In alignment with these principles, the board communicated its clear expectations for charter operations regarding the 2021-2022 charter renewal process. And during two public meetings on January 26, 2021 and February 22nd, 2021. The BCPS charter school operator renewal process is typically governed by board policy IHBJ and regulations IHBJRA. However, in light of the major disruptions to school and district operations caused by the COVID pandemic, this board waived the requirements of that policy and did not conduct a renewal process for 2021 school year. For the 21-22 school year, this board decided once again to waive its standard renewal process outlined in IHBJ, and to establish a modified renewal process. After many months of internal and external discussions, this board met publicly on January 26 to establish the clear expectations for charter schools regarding the modified 2021-22 process. As explained in the meeting materials provided during that time, and it's publicly listed on board docs, the board approved the modified approach. It was explained that under this approach, charter schools would be eligible for either a 3-year renewal or non-renewal. It was further explained that the grounds for non-renewal recommendation would be receiving a not effective rating in any of the following 4 criteria: effective programming for students with disabilities, audits, financial controls, operator capacity, and strategic learning, strategic leadership and governance, SER. Lastly, it was clearly communicated that only if a school was recommended for non-renewal based on the above criteria, then the school's record of renewal, as well as the school's academic performance, would be considered and provided as additional factors for the board to consider in its decision-making. In other words, this board put in place a modified renewal process that established the expectation that a non-renewal recommendation could only occur if a school was first recommended for non-renewal based on one of the above listed criteria. At no point during the written or oral presentations provided during the January 26 meeting did this board indicate that even if a school met the clearly notated expectations, that is, not receiving a not effective rating in the above listed 4 criteria, that somehow a recommendation for non-renewal could still be issued. Moving along, on February 22nd, 2021, this board provided an additional presentation to charter operators and the general public to explain the modified renewal process. On page 5 of this presentation, it was clearly explained that the grounds for non-renewal recommendation would be receiving a not effective rating in any of the following areas, which included effective programming for students with disabilities, operator capacity, strategic leadership. There was no mention of a partial renewal. Given the clear expectations established by the board during its January 26 and February 22nd meetings, as much to the surprise of the charter operators and to our board and the public at large, when this board introduced new grounds for receiving a non-renewal recommendation just a few weeks before the renewal determination was scheduled to take place. During the January 11th meeting, for the first time, the board stated that under this modified renewal process, receiving a 3-year renewal recommendation would be classified as a partial renewal and thereby result in the possibility of receiving non-renewal recommendation. This dramatic departure from the previous established expectations provided during the January 26th meeting and the February 26th public meetings has blindsided many charter operators and generated much confusion in the school communities. If this new criteria were announced when the initial modified renewal expectations were presented, it would have given charter operators a clear guidepost for their charter renewal process. Instead, this untimely notification to charter operators, a few weeks before the date of the determination would be made, seems to contravene principles established by the State Board of Education, which has previously emphasized the need for school systems to set clear expectations for charters regarding charter renewal that are communicated well in advance of the renewal decision. In this case, it's our belief that the board did not set clear expectations regarding the charter renewal process well in advance of this decision. We're asking the board to reconsider the manner in which this new criteria were communicated to charter operators. We share this board's commitment to ensuring charter schools adhere to highest standards and are held accountable for producing great outcomes for students attending their schools. Nonetheless, it's vitally important that the standards and expectations used in this charter renewal process are consistently and equitably administered across the board, and that adequate notice is provided to charter operators regarding any modifications to the renewal process. We hope that this letter is received in the spirit of collaboration that has long been essential in working with the school board as part of the renewal process. We welcome the opportunity to engage in further discussions regarding this important topic to achieve our shared mission of equipping all students in the Baltimore City Public Schools with the life skills and academic foundation needed to be successful and to contribute to our changing society. And that's our message from the board. And I will leave you with that. And if there are any questions or concerns, please let us know now, and I'm happy to address them. Joining me is the Executive Director of MAPS, Mackenzie Allen, and any questions that I can't answer, I'm sure that she can. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And we did receive the letter, and thank you for reading it out loud for the public, but we did receive the letter. We don't have any questions right now, but I'm sure if a board commissioner does, we can reach out to you. We have your contact information, so thank you.
Well, thank
Our
you
final
opportunity.
I'm sorry, go ahead, David, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak before you and let you know how we feel. As I said, our organization is with you in making sure that all charter schools are great charter schools.
That's right.
All we're asking is that the process be implemented fairly and consistently.
For sure. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You. Our final speaker in our special recognized groups category is Councilwoman Odette Ramos. Councilwoman Ramos, are you with us?
I am. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It is so great to be here. I should attend board meetings more often because I learn a lot, and that's the best part of my job, frankly, is I do learn a lot. I wanted to just take a moment to say a couple of things. One is I heard you loud and clear, Chair Richardson, about the funding, and have committed to work with you and the board and the school system on that. Our council passed a resolution last night unanimously supporting the school system and urging the governor to do a much better, to bring back that $99 million that he decided we didn't deserve, but we do, and we need it. So we understand that that's important. The reason that I'm here this evening is on behalf of Vice President Middleton and the parents and leadership and the students of Creative City Charter School. They are on the agenda this evening for their renewal. And just, even though it's not in my district, I have the leadership and many children and parents are my constituents. And Vice President Middleton couldn't be here. So she is, allowing me to and wanted me to come and speak. This is a very important school. It is an anchor in the Park Heights community. It is a school that I saw firsthand because lots of colleagues of mine were involved in it. The labor of love to create this school for students, not just in Park Heights, but from across the city, was like nothing I'd ever seen before. What their commitment really shows me is that they care so much about our students. And I've also been very impressed by the work that they're doing to examine, evaluate, utilize data to understand their strengths and weaknesses, and work hard to address those weaknesses. So I'm asking very boldly, I'm asking for all of you to please renew Creative City Public Charter School. It is an important school for many of our students and parents, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos. Thank you for joining us. I don't know that we have questions. I just want to ask any of my board commissioners, are there any questions for Councilwoman Ramos? And I don't see any hands raised. We did receive your email as well, so thank you so much for your advocacy. Thank you very much. I want to move us to the public comment that our board executive is going to take it from here. So I'll turn it over to you, Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, we have Karen Toppin, commenting on independence. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, awesome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to speak on behalf of my colleagues and the staff at Independence High School. We are united in saying that we think Independence is a diamond in the rough. Under the leadership of Principal McLean, we have done amazing things with the space and for the population that we serve. We work in an atmosphere where parents truly care about their young people. We can call, they will come. We can call, they will answer. And if they have questions or feel any kind of way, they will express it. And we, as the staff, will make any necessary adjustments because we understand. We, under the leadership of Principal McLean and educational specialist Marlon Quillens, have taken a look at our population and have mapped out a plan for them and their families. On a quarterly basis, we have something for these young people to show them that we care. A cookout where we serve them, and every member of the team jumps in, a Thanksgiving dinner, the staff will serve, and then we all break bread together, a fashion show where our amazing community outreach person will decorate and make you feel like you're at the Ritz-Carlton. During this pandemic, we have had to be a caring parent. Again, under the leadership of Principal McLean, we have fed families going through grief. We have taken boxes of food to families for every reason you can name. Lost their jobs, struggling to pay rent, can't wash their clothes. The lives lost. These babies are coming to school and have lost their fathers and mothers and cousins, immediate and extended families. And they look at you with that sadness in their eyes, that lost look that tears into your soul. And we come together as a family trying to figure out how we can help, what we can do. Because it's not in the handbook, it's not addressed at no one's meeting that I've been invited to, not to mention the sadness that staff have experienced. We too are losing family, friends, and people who we love. Mental health is the order of the day. And yet you expect that after I have loved on one student, in the next period class, the same story comes from another student. But again, under the leadership of Principal McLean, she allows people to use their strength to support one another and support the kids. So our amazing school counselor, Ms. Pitts and Dr. Levy, started a grief support group for students who have lost someone. We have students who have started.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Your time is up. If you can finish your last thought.
Okay. I just would like to say we're a charter school. We have operators to thank. I think we are a diamond in the rough. I am grateful for the time I have had at Independence and pray that we will be able to continue touching lives under the leadership of Principal McLean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Arista Williams, also speaking live. Are you available? Arista Williams?
Yes.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Actually, I don't want to have too much of an echo. So I'm a parent of a third grader here at Creative City Public Charter School. I sit here amongst the other parents, students, and kids currently in the building as we support the principal and vice principal here. My son has been here. This is his second year, first time in the building because of COVID. My child has prospered so well in this school. I'm speaking of a child that did not like to talk to other children. They shied away from most activities, that now has blossomed to become a whole new child. He did not like art. He has paint over his hands today because he's painting. He is drawing. He is actually in an after-school program doing arts now. This is the first school to be a part of the Ceasefire Initiative. I witnessed here on Saturday soups and stories with the griot, children that participated in songs, African drum dancing, who just love their school. This is more than a school to them. This is their family. This is their community. This is what they know. And to take this away from them would be heartbreaking, to say the least. The school is also in the community. It's integrated itself there. Certain days of the week, parents or families can come here to pick up food, necessities for babies if they don't have them at home, diapers, clothing, anything. The resources here are endless. They have supported our children through COVID. I can definitely say that these updates that we get, the school is totally transparent and making sure that we know everything that is going on. The teachers calling home to make sure you don't need anything if you're home on quarantine. And I'm not talking about school assignments. Does your family have the necessities to make it through this time for the 2 weeks? Do your kids have enough food in the house to be home during a quarantine period? I've never seen such a school take on such a lead in a family's home, in their work, in their school, in aftercare. My child has been here since they opened their aftercare program, which is free to the children. They are provided a meal, they are provided activities. So to be able to say that their renewal contract may not be completed, may not be done, would be a hindrance to their education and to their growth. One thing I can say, speaking to these parents and to the other teachers of the school, they do believe in reaching children where they are now, so that way they can grow up to be prosperous adults. It takes them to do this now and not later on in life. I will also say, a school that has over 800 petitions to remain open, a school that is outside of North Avenue in the cold, marching to keep their doors open, needs to be reconsidered. I say this with all the other people
Ms.
in
Williams,
this
sorry, your time is up. You can finish your last thought.
With all these other people and supporters in this room wearing green, we would really would like you to appreciate a renewal for our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have an email to be read from Julie Reeder from Youth as Resources, which I'm going to share. Good evening, Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. My name is Julie Reeder, and I am the Executive Director of Youth as Resources, YAR. I'm submitting comment this evening as per the request of the Board of Directors. Youth as Resources has expressed several times that we are concerned about the district's strategy of having school police officers responding to mental health crises after school hours. We originally submitted public comment on October 26th. Our last public comment was on January 11th, at which time we renewed our request information around the following. How do you track data for interventions, both school police and counselors? How many interventions have school police made? Last school year and this school year to date, what were the outcomes? What training do school police get to qualify them to respond to youth in a potential mental health crisis? What triggers an intervention? Words, phrases. If the city is setting up a system to send mental health professionals to intervene in mental health crises, thus limiting the role of the police, why is the school system not considered the same kind of strategy? On January 11th, staff responded that she hoped to get the information by early February. We responded that if we do not hear to the contrary, we would inform the other stakeholders that we're expecting the information by February 15th. There was no response. Yesterday, we emailed to ask for an update and have not received a response. We are requesting confirmation that we will receive all the information requested by January 15th. Once we review the information, the district has agreed to a follow-up meeting. We are requesting that the meeting include school board commissioners. please let us know who we can contact to coordinate that meeting. Thank you for your time, and she included her contact information. Okay, next we have an commenting live from Hahu, and please correct me if I'm not saying that correctly. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm Haohu from China. I'm an ESO office paraeducator. I want to ask when will lift the school mask mandate policy, because I have a student, he is first grade, and when he wear mask, I can't hear what he say, and he can't hear what I say because first grade. He's from China. He's English as second language. I think the mask mandate policy is cost for some children, especially younger children. So one expert I quote, the Dr. Lin Wen, the former Baltimore City Health Commission. She interviewed by CNN yesterday. She said, I quote, we should also be intelligent, honest, and say that masking has had a cost, especially for the youngest learners, people with English as a second language, children with learning disabilities. There has been a cost today. And he said that makes the CDC and our federal public health authorities have less credibility. And so I really believe that they need to be changed their guidelines. We need to hear their leadership here. The CDC has already lost a lot of trust and credibility. And my second question is, who has the final say about the mask mandate policy? Because in different states, different policy and state policy or the local district, because in Virginia, we know the new governor Youngkin issue a mask update, not mandate, but some districts shoot them and their case still pending. And another question is the outdoor, in the school outdoor mask. For example, in the playground, in the basketball court, should we also wear mask when we play basketball, play tennis ball, play football? I think it's ridiculous for play basketball, we have a mask. So, and the final question, I think, is the mask mandate policy is very hot topic about every state, whether your blue state or red state. And just yesterday, the state New Jersey and Connecticut and Delaware, they both their governor said their mask mandate policy will be lifted either this month or next month. I know the Maryland have 108 days. So the local district, I think Baltimore City should follow the other state. We should discuss when to end this mask mandate policy. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Mackenzie Allen from the Maryland Alliance of Public Charter Schools signed up, but we corresponded. That was the letter that our former commissioner read, so I'm not going to skip this, but just want to note that that's what was she was signing up for. Next, China Bach Terrell, commenting live. Are you available?
Yes, I am. Thank you. It's China Boak Terrell.
Boak, okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yep, no worries. And I really appreciate you all. I appreciate everything that's happening. I am a candidate for delegate for District 40. And let me just jump right in, because what I really want to focus on is the larger trend within which these school closures are occurring. So the families of more than 300 children in Baltimore are really glad about their decision to invest in Creative City Charter School. And they want to keep investing because they see that that investment is paying off for their children. Now, in Baltimore City, the market is telling us very loudly and very plainly that parents want more education options for their children. They want community schools, smaller class sizes, and high quality programming. So, and here's the larger policy trend. If the board determines, data trend rather, but if the board determines not to renew Creative City, It should not by any means assume that Creative City families will remain in Baltimore City or attend a 21st century school. The census data show so clearly that children and families are at the root of Baltimore's population loss. Between 2014 and 2019, the city lost approximately 29,303 people. That's a whopping 66% of that number were children with their parents. And they are by and large leaving the Black neighborhoods where the board is shutting down schools. The fact that school-age children and their parent continue to account for the clear majority of Baltimore's population loss signals in part that public school choices are still failing to meet their basic needs. By continuing to shut down schools in Baltimore's Black neighborhoods, in other words, by limiting instead of improving school choices, this board is fueling the dangerous risk that Baltimore's population loss could happen even faster than it is today. Parents are voting with their feet, and for Creative City, that's a positive. But for many of our Black neighborhoods, not so much. Parents want the schools that they have chosen, not the schools that are suggested once the school that they chose closes. They want their schools to get the upgrades, the renovations, and the resources that they are due. They want reliable busing service, or for the school to be within a safe environment and walking distance. More than half of Creative City student population comes from the Park Heights neighborhoods. So regardless of whether someone sends their child to Creative City, any Baltimore City taxpayer, any pet owner taking a walk past that vibrant corner with children laughing and playing outside, any homeowner or renter living near that school has a vested interest in building on Creative City's success. Not renewing Creative City's charter, especially given its gains over the past 3 years, most assuredly robs something valuable from each one of us. So I know the Creative City folks are going to talk about
Ms.
how—
Terrell, sorry,
Yep.
your time's up if you can finish your last thought.
Sure. I know the Creative City folks are going to talk about how their kids are actually lifting scores at the middle schools that they attend. But let's please think about this decision in terms of the larger data trend that is happening and who is driving Baltimore City's population loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have comment from Julia DeBusolo speaking live. Julia, are you available?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair Richardson and members of the school board. My name is Julia DeBuslo, and I'm the parent of a 4th grade student at Creative City Public Charter. We have been a part of the Creative City family since kindergarten and truly love the school. I am writing to you today, and I've shared my testimony in writing as well, that urging you to approve the charter renewal for Creative City. My son continues to thrive academically thanks to a dedicated team of teachers that know how to engage diverse learners and gifted learners. In a district with limited access to arts education, Creative City offers high-quality instruction in both art and music. Those art and music programs are state standards-based and follow best practices. From community garden days and food distribution days to ceasefire events, I am always amazed by what an amazing and tremendous anchor the school is for the neighborhood. When Towanda Recreation Center burned down, school leadership worked with Councilwoman Middleton and the city to make sure that it was rebuilt. Lastly, before I close out, as a very concerned parent, I carefully read the entire renewal report and submitted several questions regarding the charter renewal process. One of those questions was the question that Mr. Stone raised earlier around the criteria for renewal. I hope that these questions will be addressed tonight, and I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tori Grace speaking live. Tori, are you available?
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Tori Grace, and I'm Secretary of Youth Resources Board of Directors. Tonight, I'm testifying on behalf of Youth Resources, YAR, and No Boundaries Youth Organizers, NBYO. YAR is a youth-led grant-making, leadership development, and community organizing organization governed by a board of directors comprised of 20 youth and young adults. NBYO is a group for the youth that teaches us how to speak up and organize around problems in our community in order to make the city easier for us to thrive in. I'm sorry. NBYO and YAR are partners, and with many other youth and young adults, we're addressing school police accountability. We are here this evening to address the Fox 45 news segment about school police. The officers that appear anonymously and any other school police officers that share their views. The narrative that they're putting out is purposefully spun in a negative and misleading manner. We have been advocating around school police accountability since 2014. We facilitate focus groups and other activities around relationships with school police officers and students because there's always complaints around this. We passed policies including the school police report card to stop the criminalization of school discipline issues and or adolescent activities. So personally, I feel like they're ready to arrest students for any discipline issue or any other reason, but they have not tried to accomplish the relationship building part of their job. And it's like, how can you say relationship building is not working when you haven't even tried it or brought it into the plan? For the school police officers who want to arrest us, violate our rights, think we may be a bad apple, Chief Ham is not your problem. Dr. Sanalisas is not your problem. We will continue to organize and protect students' rights to disrupt the school to prison pipeline. We will not go on to being 10 times more likely to be arrested in city schools compared to other districts and 3 times more likely to drop out of schools if you are arrested in a city school. And we want to say thank you to Chief Ham. Thank you for working with us and taking our feedback. Thank you for keeping students' best interests in mind. Thank you for holding your officers accountable to the policies we put in place and accountable to them not doing their jobs how they should be. And thank you for being honest and agreeing with our work and respectfully disagreeing if you do. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Finally, we have Yvette Reed also commenting live. Yvette, are you available?
Good evening. Yes, I am available. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to share some thoughts with you that I have. Please consider renewing the charter for Creative City Public Charter School. Creative City has worked hard to respond to the suggestions that were given. In addition, Creative City has current data that shows great improvement in student achievement. Creative City has also addressed other concerns. Please see some of the more current data at creativecityschool.org/news. Please see it, it is there. The data shows the powerful impactful educational programming that includes arts integration, project-based and place-based education, among several other things that we do at Creative City. Another reason why you should strongly consider renewing the charter for Creative City Public Charter School is that we are in the middle of a pandemic. Creative City Public Charter School has created a place of stability, learning, social emotional growth, and socialization, which is needed to help students thrive through this difficult time. Strong communities and friendships have developed here, and it helps students to make it through the pandemic. We have a lot of social emotional programs at our school, lots of counselors, social workers, different providers working with our students to help them. And it's really helping them so they can focus on their academics. We are also a community school and a ceasefire school. With this, Creative City services the Park Heights community along with the families at our school. Being the first ceasefire elementary school is a big deal. Creative City helps communities heal during times of death and violence. We just had an event this weekend. I also want to mention that the use of data, we're using the data. I teach second grade, and I have 3 kindergarten students who come down the hall to join my second grade class for math. So the data is there. The kids are working. Closing Creative City Public Charter School will disperse the children and break up the friendships that have developed. My scholars are very stressed and nervous about the idea of not being with their friends and teachers. They have been talking about it since they heard of the possibility of their school closing. Many of them will not see their friends again if the school closes because Creative City is a citywide school. So the children will disperse and be in different areas of the city. And that's going to be very harmful to them as they love each other and they enjoy being with each other. Think about the social emotional health of the students at their school. Closing the school is definitely not a good idea. Our students have experienced a lot of trauma from dealing with this COVID-19 pandemic. Closing their school will add to this trauma. I know that my students are worried about being separated from their friends and myself. Please think about the students when you make your vote tonight. Please vote to renew the charter for Creative City Public Charter School and help keep this strong community together. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gant, and thank you to all of the speakers, our public speakers tonight. Based on public comments, are there any items that board members would like to pull from the consent agenda? And I'm looking for hands. Okay, I don't see any hands. So is there a motion to approve 12.01 through 12.03?
So moved, Chinya.
Thank you, Commissioner Chinya. Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks? He's still with us. Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. Any opposed? Any abstained? So the motion passes 7 in favor with 1 absent. We will now transition to the operator renewal items, and I will turn this part of our meeting over to the Office of New Initiatives.
Okay. Good evening, Board of School Commissioners. I'm Angela Alvarez. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of New Initiatives. I'm joined by Chief Jones, who's a partner in our work, and Trevor Roberts, a staff member who leads this work for the Office of New Initiatives.
Good evening. This presentation aligns with Board Priority 5.
So in terms of we just want to do a quick reminder about the process before we get into the recommendations for each school. So just as a reminder, for this process, the board waived the terms until it made all schools eligible for a 3-year renewal or a non-renewal as part of this process. What guides the development of the recommendations before they come to the board are as follows. So not effective in any of the areas listed below would be grounds for a non-renewal recommendation. Schools that earn not effective ratings and those areas where there are serious financial stability concerns and ability to comply with critical state, federal, and local guidelines that places students, staff, or the district at risk, in particular in the areas of effective programming for students with disabilities, audit financial controls, operator capacity, strategic leadership, and governance. If a schools were recommended for non-renewal, the above criteria, as well as the school's record of and the school's academic performance would be considered as additional factors in the board's decision making. Additionally, because the term was set at 3 years as the only possible term, the board also established by which how to distinguish between what is considered a full renewal and not. That's important because schools that receive a full renewal are eligible in a future process for 8-year renewal. And so using the similar kinds of using similar measures as before. So in particular here, a full renewal is considered when a school has either a meets expectations, effective or highly effective rating in those 4 key areas listed above, as well as in the overall academic section of the rubric. And therefore other schools would be considered to be in partial renewals. And so just to be clear, there's some discussion around the process. So the board did not waive its policy in approving this process this year. What was waived was the terms particularly and the weight, the 50% weight for academics. We can go to the next slide.
In the process for this year, we continue to look at the renewal rubric, which has been updated to reflect the revised process, schools' applications for renewal, data tables prepared by city schools, and the school effectiveness review, which was streamlined to include fewer key actions in metrics used in the school climate section of the rubric. The renewal review starts with the Charter and Operator-Led Schools Advisory Board. This is a board made up of both internal and external stakeholders. External stakeholders represent foundations, nonprofit organizations, school choice advocates, and school operators. And their function is to provide advice to the CEO on renewal and other issues related to operator-led schools. The advisory board looks at all data and information, both quantitative and qualitative, to make recommendations to the CEO. And after their review of those components I mentioned on the last slide, they did make recommendations to the CEO on this year's renewal schools. The CEO then considers those recommendations and the elements of the review and makes her own recommendations to the board. And it's important to note that in some instances, there are issues whose nature or severity are serious enough to give extra weight in formulating the renewal recommendation and ultimately the decision, especially in instances where those issues affect the well-being of students, staff, or the district as a whole.
So next it goes to the board. So we're here at the board, the board's decision making. And so the ultimate decision on operator renewal rests with the board. Obviously, the board is going to consider recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, testimony given at public meetings and work sessions, including tonight, and the additional information that public has been providing, the contents of the official record and factors listed in policy IHBJ, and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA for charter schools and for non-charter schools. The policy FCA and admin FCA-RA. This includes the board's ability to consider prior partial renewal terms afforded to operators who've had serious challenges in the prior renewal that remain issues that continue to affect the well-being of students, staff, or the district as a whole based on evidence in the renewal process. In particular, the policy states the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals. This process begins in the penultimate year of a school's contract. It first starts with a 2.5-day site visit called the school effectiveness review. As part of that review, there are focus groups that are conducted with the operators, school leaders, students, families, teachers, and partners, as well as classroom observations and a review of written documentation and evidence that is provided by the school. The schools additionally compile and create applications, which is another opportunity to responses to an application, which is another opportunity to provide and answer direct questions about practices within the school, as well as to provide evidence of the work that the school is doing. all of those things are reviewed by all of the different parties that participate in the process. On November 9th is when we shared the CEO's recommendations, first at a public board meeting and then shared in writing with families. The special work session for operators was on January the 11th. On the 25th, the board made decisions on some recommendations and postponed the 2 that we're here for tonight. And so we're here at tonight on February 8th for the board to make its final determinations on the remaining schools. So first, the first school that we're going to talk about is Creative City. On January 11th, the board deferred the vote. So I forgot to say these part. The board, these schools were additionally able to give additional materials to the board to respond to concerns that were raised on January 11th meeting, as well as in the operator renewal report. And the other thing, I also, just because there's been a lot of questions about process, I want to be clear on the record. Every year, ever since we've been doing this process, the board questions whether or not a school should be eligible for a 3-year renewal. That's done in public. That's a consistent part of the process. There are a lot of questions in the application that's trying to get at how are you improving, how are you working on this? And we always are telling schools to name the problems and address how you're dealing with the challenges and preparing for the application. We again reminded all of the operators when we shared the recommendations about this and about the fact that the board will consider concerns for schools that are particularly in the partial renewal, so they should not just rest on that the recommendation is for 3 years. We also followed up with meetings with schools who had challenges that were revealed in the review process and that were in partial renewals and individual meetings to highlight the importance of that and to really make sure they're submitting additional information to really use the work session well. So I just want to be clear for members of the public, so they're also aware of all of the things that go into the process. Okay, next slide. So first up, we have Creative City Public Charter School. And so Creative City is an elementary school in Northwest Baltimore. It was rated developing an audit, content and controls, developing an effective programming for students with disabilities, effective in operator capacity, effective in strategic leadership, / governance, and then not effective in overall academics. I'm going to pause here, and we'll do this for each school. Each school now will have 4 minutes, so I'm going to invite them to turn on their cameras to sort of take the seat at the table to do a presentation and then take questions from the board.
Thank you. I'm Amy Harmon-Darrow, Creative Cities Board President. I'm also a founding parent with children in 3rd and 8th grades. There seems to be a misunderstanding about our practice as it relates to examining performance data. As a board, we always have examined PARCC scores, compared them with other internal assessments, looked at academic growth, and discussed strategies for improvement. Our staff has increased our capacity to use data in a timely way, and that work has brought about real academic achievement. At this point, I'd like you to hear directly from our teachers.
Good evening. My name is Omar Graham. This is my 4th year teaching in Baltimore City. I'm currently a 4th grade teacher.
Good evening. My name is Flora Hawkins. This is my 14th year teaching in Baltimore City. I am currently the school's math interventionist.
My name is Carolyn Spencer. This is my 17th year teaching in Baltimore City, and I teach 5th grade. We appreciate and respect the role of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. Thank you for serving. We are here on behalf of our colleagues and students, our parents, and our community. We are here because we want our voices as educators to be heard and recognized. We did not recognize our Creative City during the board meeting on January 11th. Tonight, we would like to open the doors to what may not have been seen while visiting our school. You will now hear our perspective on how we collaborated as a team and how we use data to inform and plan rigorous instruction.
Grade level teams begin the year with a solid instructional plan, which includes a rigorous scope and sequence for all areas of study, which are aligned with formative and summative assessments. We use student data during weekly team meetings in order to implement rigorous instruction that focus on student growth. We developed intervention tier groups and met with students daily to discuss student progress. We consistently reflected on our teaching practice to improve student outcomes.
As a staff member who has been at Creative City since it opened, I've seen the school grow and change to become what it is today. This year has been a pivotal year for our school. It is the culmination of 4 years of collaboration, data collection, and professional development. I'm fortunate to work alongside my colleague, Dr. Lisa Lewis, as the school's interventionist, and with the support of our administration and staff, we have implemented formal processes of collecting and analyzing data and using this data to inform rigorous instruction. For example, after reviewing our math benchmark data in September, we noticed a need for a school-wide improvement plan in computation. We implemented an initiative where teachers in all grades commit to 15 minutes of computation practice daily. The effect was evident. When we progress monitored our students' growth in November, there was an 18% increase in students who achieved on or above grade level. I am confident when, given the opportunity, which we do deserve, we are prepared to continue meeting the challenges of supporting student achievement.
Knowing that continued growth is necessary, we hope for the system's leadership to work alongside us as we continue to strengthen our capacity surrounding data analysis and rigorous instruction. This is the community we have chosen to serve. We do it with competence, professionalism, and reflective practice. We do it each day with the knowledge that our students are independent, creative, and compassionate leaders whose destiny knows no bounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on. Do any commissioners have questions for the school? And you all have to help me because it's hard to see hands raised, but are there any questions?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Reed.
It's more a comment. Thank you for your efforts in terms of doing the intervention and attacking the academic area, because that was my concern. And I just appreciate what you've done so far. And I guess hopefully it's a continuum if you're voted. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Creative City school community for showing up tonight and providing your updated information. My first point is around a point of clarity. The school visit that Commissioner Reed and I made in January was not a determining factor as to the motion that I brought forth on the January 11th, 25th meeting, the previous motion that I put forth on the table. The school visit, I was hopeful to see something different outside of the data that had been submitted. What I will say, over the last several weeks, as we've been getting correspondences from the school community, it's almost as if I'm looking at two different school communities. What families have said about the school community and what the data has said in your application, in the SCR, in the information submitted on behalf of your school community are two totally different perspectives of the school community. And that has been very hard for me as one commissioner. My question to you would be around the hired interventionalist that was mentioned in this updated information that you provided for us. Even tonight, you've had instructors mention the use of data in their lesson plans and being intentional about using that to help students develop academically. Could you speak to that? Because that, for me and for Commissioner Reed, were points that we mentioned to you during our school visit.
Yes, hello, I'm Ms. Hawkins. I'm the math interventionist here. And this year, what we've done is we've implemented a response to intervention program at our school. We have a universal screener that we use for all of our students. And from the universal screeners, we can determine students that need additional intensive support. And then we do a diagnostic, and we meet with the teachers weekly, and we talk about ways that we can implement instruction to meet the needs of those children. We also pull those children to work with us independently, the reading and math interventionist, to do an intensive program. We do Bridges intervention, and we do LLI.
Thank you so much for that. What I would offer to you is that in the information that was submitted, such as the operator submitted lesson plan, for an example, that information was not included. And so when I say that it's really challenging and difficult for the board to see a full, robust program, it's off of the information that you all are actually providing to us.
Commissioner, pardon me, Commissioner Roberts, if I can add to Ms. Hawkins's answer. Ms. Hawkins, thank you very much. We began describing, well, our renewal application acknowledged that we were beginning our interventionist positions with the school year. We had the opportunity to add these much needed positions with the infusion of some of the funding that became available this year. They had been in our plan. We were able to add them a year earlier than planned. And on December 9th, we had done our best attempt to talk to you about our data cycle, about the cycle of analysis, starting with the diagnostic that Ms. Hawkins acknowledged through to the mid-year, which we were just in the follow-up testing, which we were in the middle of. And we had described the computation arc that Ms. Hawkins just described much more concisely than I think that I had done on December 9th. And so what we've been trying to do is present this in a way that will help you understand what is happening in the day-to-day. So I am hearing you that you feel you did not receive it, but I do want to speak on behalf of our community that we had made a diligent attempt to provide it to you. And so I want to acknowledge that, because I know that Ms. Hawkins had worked hard to help us prep for that December 9th meeting. On her behalf, I wanted to say that as well.
Thank you. Did any of my colleagues have any remarks, comments? If not, Madam Chair,
I see Commissioner Griffin. And Commissioner Roberts, if you could lower your hand, I just want to make sure I'm finding all the hands. Commissioner Griffin, thank you.
This is more so just like a chime-in comment. It's not necessarily a question. One, I want to say thank you to all the families and all the school community that did send emails. Please know that your emails were read, each and every one of them. We received so many, and what it did help, I will speak for myself, me personally, to do is put more context with the school. I have to echo the point that this is context that I did not get from the actual report that was submitted, the SER that was submitted for this process. And so when thinking about if you are voted for renewal, when thinking about submitting something another time, it's really about telling that story and painting that picture. And this comes from someone who's worked in a charter and understands what this process looks and feels like. It's thinking about all the partners and all the people in the community and the stories that you have to bring in, because you want to make sure you give a holistic, well-rounded representation of the school. And some of the pieces that were missing for me were understanding how changes have been implemented from the last time. And so just understanding that and just taking that as a piece of feedback, I just would encourage you all to do that. But I want to say thank you again, and especially thank you to the educators tonight for taking the time to really explain what has been happening in your classrooms and in the school community. Shout out to the math interventionists. I was a math teacher, so special love to you. It's a lot of tough work, but I'm going to hand it back over to my fellow commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Chinya?
Yes, I too want to thank you for the additional information that we received. I think for me, I'm going to be, based on whatever the outcome is tonight, I will be, if you move forward, I will really be looking forward to seeing the data as a result of the interventions and things that you have said. Because what I'm hearing is things were just getting started this year. And so I really am going to be looking for some consistency and regular sort of updates in terms of how that is working. I am very concerned. I know what the 4 big areas are that were listed, but I will have to say I am very concerned when I look at less than developing, at least in the overall academic area. That's the bottom line for me in terms of what we should be doing in school. So I will be looking to see what happens with that, with those changes that have been put into place.
Thank you, Commissioner Chinya. I want to echo that point. One of the things I get excited about with charter schools is that we get to see some innovation as it relates to educating our young people. And so I too am looking forward to the data. If you guys are renewed tonight, I do want to see, I'm happy to see that you are making a special effort to decision make based off of data. And that's now become central to the way in which you operate. But yeah, I definitely would like to see that area improve. The overall academics I'm looking forward to that improving. I don't see any other hands at this time. So Angela, are we back to you with the script?
Yep, and just so we're really clear with the members of the public, because we keep talking about a script. So for these legal processes, we do use a script to make sure we say all the things. We don't forget to say something we need to say on the record. The board still can vote in a variety of different ways. So it's not a script in that sense, but it's to make sure that we cover all the legal pieces that that we need to cover. And so you can see some of the summary data that we provided at the beginning of the process, noted on the slide. I encourage everyone to make sure they read the full report, and there will be a final report once the board issues its decision. The school, so one of the things I wanted to make sure that we also did on the record was just kind of summarize some of what was shared originally in the application, as well as the additional information that the school provided, just so it's on the record since the meeting on the 11th. So it'll be a summary that kind of cuts through both things. So, as noted previously, the academic performance has been an area of concern in the prior renewal. And the school has just recently begun to improve its practice in this area by first partnering with EdOps, and then in this current school year, hiring a reading and math interventionist to begin to provide those supports. And other areas looked at, the schools made slight gains in attendance and saw a decrease in chronic absence. While the chronic absence improved, it's still an area that's worse than the average at 37.5% compared to 29.9%. Similar performance is seen in enrollment and school demand, where the school's been seeing rising enrollment but remains below its contractual minimum. And its cohort retention, which measures the percentage of students who choose to remain at the school 2 or more years after their initial entry, is also below average. And so as noted before, the lack of strong data processes have been a concern. The SER noted that school leadership shared there's not a specific process that they utilize, and the teachers reported a need for a streamlined data system. Since the last meeting, the schools provided additional evidence of what their data analysis looks like this school year, and particularly in English language arts. However, the data was provided for portions of the year for that content area. Additionally, they provided evidence that shows the school is taking steps to assess and track student data, but it's not clear how embedded that's in the practice. It also provided information about iReady results that show a segment of Creative City students who took the iReady in 6th grade perform in the same performance levels as other schools in math and at higher levels in ELA. These represent around half of the students over the years looked at, or in some cases less, it just depends on the year. They provided similar information for students on BDS, and this represents 10 students, just so we're on the record about additional information. In accordance with the charter school policy and law, based on the conditions of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-run schools work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Creative City Public Charter School Foundation, Inc. to operate Creative City Public Charter School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Do any commissioners have questions for staff or for the school? Okay, I don't see any questions.
Madam Chair,
oh, there we go.
It's just a comment again to just echo what Chair Chinia and Commissioner Roberts stated. Just I think how important it is to sort of improve the next round, that we see improvements in the academics, and as clearly articulated as we talked about that intervention in a school-wide initiative to address that. I think I would love to see more of those creative, innovative solutions to ensure that all of our students are actually thriving, and also using those lessons to develop best practices to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brooks. I kind of feel like we've been doing this, but I want, for the record, want to open up the floor for commissioners for any additional discussions about this recommendation.
Okay, could you repeat the recommendation?
The recommendation is for a 3-year, 3 years of a term that commences on a 3-year renewal that starts July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025. That's the recommendation that has been concurred by the CEO. I'm just giving the board members an opportunity to provide any additional discussion or commentary before we vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion for this recommendation?
Madam Chair, I'd like to bring forth the motion.
Go ahead.
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-run schools' work session and public hearings, additional materials submitted by the school following the January 11th deferment, testimony given by the school tonight, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3.K of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 executive partial renewals, that the board modify the CEO's recommendation in the following manner. 1, their 2021-2022 MCAT results to show improvement and achievement in both ELA and math. 2, provide evidence that their data practices have been improved, including evidence of professional development of staff on how to use data to inform classroom instruction, and evidence of regular, consistent collaboration between teachers to analyze data and adjust classroom instruction according to best practices. And 3, there are no new findings that reveal serious challenges in improving outcomes for students in the specified areas or that jeopardize student well-being, achievement, or safety would be the basis for earlier termination of the contract.
I move to second, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Abstain.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinia?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner James? I'm sorry, Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I am in favor. That the motion passes. That's 7 in favor with 1 abstention. We can move to the next school.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
if you will, Principal Martina had her hand raised while Ms. Alvarez was speaking. I just didn't want her hand to go unaddressed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not see that. So thank you for flagging that. Does the principal want to share any additional information with the board? Okay, I'm seeing someone shake their head no. So we'll move to the next school.
No, she's trying to speak, but she's having audio issues. I was trying to signal that she was on mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very sorry. I've been trying to unmute and something has been muting me every time I've been trying to speak. So I apologize for whatever is that's happening there. Thank you, team, for sharing your insights, and commissioners. That we really truly hope that you had an opportunity to look at the timeline for strategic action steps, because I've heard several times that we just got started with the data and the analysis, and that is not true. I'm saying this because as a principal and a person who has been at this school for 7 years, I can tell you that I've seen firsthand the challenges that we have faced, and that when we had our last renewal, we did not just sit here, look at that, and not put some things in place to try to improve. Not everything that you try the first time succeeds. And we worked, and we have had professional development to get to the place where we are now. So we thank you for the opportunity to show you exactly what we mean. It was said a little bit earlier, and I had to write this down because I liked it. It said, how are we going to give students in poverty areas opportunity? And one, that's our school. That's one thing. And another thing that was said was that we were in a crawl, walk, and run type of continuum. We are at the walk stage. So please, thank you very much for all of the things that you are allowing us to do. But I want you to watch us. And I want you to watch and see what we have been able to accomplish and what we're going to be able to accomplish for. I thank you very much, but I wanted to make sure we got that on the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, Principal. We are collectively looking forward to you beginning to run. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it back to the staff for our next school.
And so I want to thank Creative City. If Creative City members can turn off their cameras, we're going to go to the next school. This is before us tonight, this Independent School Local 1. So if you're part of Creative City, if you can just turn off your cameras. And so similar to the other school, we're going to just briefly share the highlights of where we are. The school's then going to have 4 minutes. Then we'll come back for to continue the process. So I'm going to turn it over to Trevor for that part.
Okay, so now we're moving on to Independent School Local 1. It is a high school in North Baltimore. It was rated developing and audit content, internal controls, developing and programming for students with disabilities, operator capacity, and strategic leadership and governance, and was rated not effective in the overall academic section of the rubric. So now we would like the school to come up, turn on your cameras, and present.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and Commissioners. Is it okay if I share my screen and go through a few slides so that people who prefer visual presentations? Excellent.
For sure, for sure.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do not currently have that function.
Christian, can you help him out? Is that possible, or?
I can speak to it if that's going to be too confusing, but like I said, some people like to read, so.
Madam Chair, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, he wants to share his screen. He needs you to give him permission.
Okay.
Matthew.
Make him a presenter.
Wansdorfer.
He might already. Okay, give me one moment.
Okay. You can start talking and teeing it up, but he's going to give you some. He's
I
going to give you the
appreciate that.
permission. You're welcome.
So again, oh wait, there we go. Sorry. Let me not try to talk and hit buttons at the same time. Forgive me for the delay. All right. Are you all seeing the presentation?
Yes, I see it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So again, grateful for the time to speak with you all. My name is Matt Wormsdorfer. I am a proud graduate of Baltimore City Public Schools. I'm a parent of current students in Baltimore City Public Schools. I've been a teacher and a principal, and I'm here with you tonight as the proud president of the board of the Baltimore Teacher Network, the operator of Independence Local 1. I have been with Independence since its founding, since it was a homeroom in Northern High School, which shows you how long the school's been around and how old I am. And I was there when a group of teachers founded a school that was about creating an intimate setting that was capable of bringing out strength in students that were not finding that strength in other spaces, and that would be able to build a personalized experience for that student. And I will admit that there's some nuance here. The charter school has been around for a while, and I think there's a conversation worth having about the life cycle of a school. The issue that I have with the concerns the board raised earlier in the last meeting are that the bones of independence are still very present in the success that we're having. And the data that you reviewed in the previous meeting is in some cases accurate, but a gross misrepresentation, and in some cases simply inaccurate. So I was hoping to speak to the successes that we've been having, and to give an example of some of the data and materials we submitted last week. There's a lot more detail here, but let me jump in. So Independence Local 1, 3 main points. The Baltimore Teacher Network addressed all significant concerns with independence named in the previous SCR cycle, earning a full 3-year recommendation. Independent success is poorly represented in the data reviewed in the last meeting, and our recent programmatic gains are significant. Wanted to speak to just a few of the concerns that have been raised a while ago around graduation rate. We believe that our graduation rate actually shows the power of our personalized setting, and I'll give you a very specific example of that next, and is consistent across the years of independence. We do a very good job supporting our students to graduation. Special education services were a challenge that we have invested in significantly. We have a fantastic new school leader. You heard described by staff earlier, Principal McLean. Mr. Quillins has come in to lead that work for us. The data set that you all saw, the FAPE violations, one FAPE violation is serious. I don't mean to be dismissive of that, but the 5 that you saw were the only ones that we have had the entire 3 past years. So the sample set of 10 showing 5 are a gross misrepresentation of what we do. And second, there's a context of that involves staff health, and I don't want to go into the details now, but it's not representative of the work that we do. We're very proud of the services to students with disabilities, and we know that parents of students with disabilities choose us in large numbers, and we think that's an important thing to consider. Thirdly, instructional integrity. There was a question about CTE programming. We have been absolutely dedicated to building our staff's proficiency in project-based learning. My visits to classrooms last semester, I got to see some really great stuff happening in government and English classes. And we have been on an arc of planning for a new set of CTE programs and have some of that starting this year. Again, these are all counter to some of the data points that you all reviewed. One data point in particular I'll call out. Commissioner Chinia, I remember you having a very strong and justifiable reaction to a 40% graduation rate. We have done a pupil by pupil analysis in the way that the school system uses to determine 4-year cohort graduation rate. The data points that you all shared and reviewed at the last meeting are represented in the red line. What we have submitted is, in fact, the rates are much higher than that. And the year that you thought our 4-year cohort graduation rate was 40% is, in fact, 81.8%. Any child that doesn't graduate is a tragedy. We want it to be 100%, but we stand by 81.8% as representative of, again, that personalized learning experience that is not going to be available in other spaces. Recent strong programmatic gains. We've done some serious work in professional development with project-based learning, which, as I said, is reflected in classroom visits if you go to see the kind of work students are taking on. And we have made significant progress. It is true that we are not finished with a full approval of CTE systems, but we have been leaning into rebranding. We had agricultural program before, and now we're leaning into what we call compassionate care, which can include nursing, which can include restorative practices. We have students doing internships with Soul of Medicine right now. And right now, we have 10 of our students attending CTE classes this spring. We take very seriously the need to build relevant programming, professionalized programming, career and college development programming for our students. And we've made serious progress, as I say, evidenced by the students that are taking those very classes this semester. This is a timeline if you want to be able to look at it. But in short, we are asking the board to honor the recommendation of the CEO in granting independence a 3-year renewal. And if there's time to engage us in aligning the data where we're seeing things very differently, like I said, all that I've outlined, we have submitted last week. So you may have already had a chance to review that. And we're interested in considering interim steps, which I see the board has been entertaining tonight. So I think that's my 4 minutes. I am open for questions. I am only part of a team. So we have staff from our operator, Elijah Etheridge, Dr. Pearson. We have members of the school community and other board members here to answer questions, usually better than I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to ask my fellow commissioners, do you guys have any questions for this team in this school? And please help me with the hands raised because I'm not catching all of them. Okay, I see Commissioner Brooks.
Yep, Madam Chair Richardson, just quick question. So maybe this is for someone else. I'm interested in the graduation rate that you sort of talked about, and I would love some reflections from our team around sort of the difference in that graduation rate, honestly. So I don't know if that is appropriate here or later.
Well, we definitely, because we're voting on this tonight, can we attempt to answer that? Like there's a difference between the rates. And so Angela, can you, and I see Teresa Jones too, could help out if you guys could explain to us how this came to be. Great question, Commissioner Brooks.
Good evening. This is Teresa Jones, Chief Achievement and Accountability Officer. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can hear you.
Okay, so first let me just acknowledge that I appreciate the attempt of the school to be able to determine its own graduation rate based on the data that they have access to. But I do just want to remind you that the state actually defines the methodology when it comes to the calculation of graduation rate. We make a slight modification on behalf of our renewal process because we recognize the fact that for those students that are on the certificate track, which are students with disabilities who are otherwise included in that graduation rate, we make an adjustment for those students. But when we take a look at the data, when we looked at what the school submitted, we were unable, number one, to recreate and account for how they were making those determinations. And certainly the way that they did that work did not align with the business rules that are really based on defining the cohort. And so I want to acknowledge when it comes to cohort graduation, it really does factor in numerous considerations, including transfers, withdrawals, and other changes that happen from the time that a student enrolls in that particular school as a 9th grader and the time that they should be graduating within that 4-year period. So that's point number one. I also want to acknowledge from an accountability perspective that graduation rate is one of the ways that a school is identified as a comprehensive support and improvement school under ESSA. And what that means is under the Every Student Succeeds Act, there are certain designations that will automatically cause you to receive a higher level of accountability. And that highest level at this point is the comprehensive support and improvement status. And independence was identified based on their graduation rate. So while there is a plan in place for the state to reassess whether or not schools are qualified to exit after a period of time, at this point in time, we do not have indications that independence is on track to exit And again, they were identified based on their graduation rate, which is determined by the state's methodology. So Commissioner Brooks, I don't know if that fully addresses your question, but I'm happy to take any follow-ups if there are follow-up
and
questions.
just so we're just super clear for members of the public, so the rates that we shared are the accurate rates of the school based on the way that this has to be calculated. So the information shared in the renewal reports is accurate.
So basically, it's the state that determines that particular methodology, and the one that we use to determine the current rate. Okay, thank you so much for that.
And that's across all the schools that we reviewed, just so we're clear. They're all held to that same consistent methodology.
Great,
thank you. Correct.
Is it appropriate for me to respond?
Yes, Matthew, yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So let me just walk through our methodology, and I would love clarification because I understand there may be some gaps in documentation, but what we did was we started with the Infinite Campus list of students in the freshman cohort, which we all understand isn't necessarily the students who were present there in the 9th grade. If they've joined us later, there were some students there who graduated with that class but didn't start with us in 9th grade, but are still included in that 9th grade cohort. So that's what we started with. We removed as a denominator any student who transferred out to either another school in Baltimore City or to another system. There were 1 or 2 students, I believe, each time we calculated that were actually had graduated a year before. They were incorrectly identified as 9th graders, but they graduated, just not in that cohort. And we removed all of those from the denominator. And then we divided the graduates by that final number. And that's how we generated. So in this case, the 81.8%. For the most recent graduating class that is under review. Is that methodology consistent? Is there something we're missing?
I can't confirm some of the details for the data that you have access to versus what is officially in our system in terms of what would be considered the 9th grade year for the students that you've considered. What I hear you saying is that you're making the assumption because of when they started as a 9th grader in your school, that's the point in time that they are defined as a member of that cohort. That may not be a true statement for all of the students that were in Independence.
Yeah, forgive me, I misspoke if that's what I said. We didn't even filter. We used whatever list came out of Infinite Campus as our 9th grade cohort. So that's what we started with. So I'm assuming we're starting with the same set of kids.
And I'm not making that assumption.
Oh, I hear you. Okay.
I'm not making that assumption. So to clarify, it's one of the reasons that as a district, we always start with the state's definition of the cohort because the state has the ability to take a look at the data across all of the school systems in order to make the determination around where that student falls when it comes to their identification of the cohort. So I want to just acknowledge that because there are some nuances around that, which is why we are dependent on the state for the starting point for the classification of cohorts. So it's one of the reasons that we always give caution for schools that want to calculate their own rate because there's inevitably information or data relative to a student's prior academic history that they may not have access to that could cause them to misplace them when it comes to the cohort. And there are other considerations, again, around what changes can happen over time that would then allow them to be included in the graduation rate calculation.
The other thing I just want to be clear on that record that were in the materials that the school provided is that, and so this may also be contributing to how you're interpreting the data differently, is the school included some sort of designation of deferred for some students around graduation, and that is not a designation that's recognized by the district or the state. And so those students probably should have been included. So there's differences in the students that you included. So the rates that you're presenting are not your accurate rates. And so just so that we're clear, we did look at that. Additionally, we thought it maybe, too, it would be good to look at, even though it's not a consideration in renewal, what was happening with 5 years, just because you use that term defer, so to see what was happening with the 5-year cohort graduation rate for the schools, but for your school, but again, it's still below the district average, even when we look at the 5-year cohort rate for the last 2 years. So just to be clear about those things on the record.
That's correct.
Thank you. I want to get to more commissioners. So I see Commissioner Reed, was your hand up and you took it down?
Dr. Brooks asked the same question.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something that was listed in the previous renewal report was around college and career readiness. And something that was highlighted in the work session in December was around this school community's inability to start and have a thriving CTE program. Is there anyone present tonight that could speak to that? Because that was something that was very troubling to this board.
Indeed, Dr. Pearson or Principal McLean.
And good evening, everyone. This is Principal McLean. In terms of having a thriving CTE program, because we did not have the agriculture piece secured, we moved to support the students in career readiness, and we hired partners to support that work. The initial year of my leadership, we brought on the movement team, and they worked on job readiness skills, interview skills, and provided internships for students under the umbrella of compassionate care. During last school year and this current school year, we currently pilot one of the schools that pilot the district's work-based learning program. And right now, 10 of our 10 seniors are going through the virtual component for entrepreneurship, and as well as they are beginning the internship for Soul of Medicine under the umbrella of compassionate care. The operator is working on with the Office of CTE and developing that application process for the actual CTE track for students to begin the coursework.
Thank you so much for that, Principal McLean. So my point of reference from the previous renewal report was that that was also a contingency for your renewal cycle. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Can anybody else hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I hear you, Commissioner Roberts. I do hear you.
We hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
My point was just around that was something explicitly listed in the previous renewal cycle. It was for the school community to have an established and thriving CTE program.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Principal McLean.
I said, I do understand. We did begin the process. We met with the department, but we were told that the application process was on hold with the district. So in the interim, I brought on partners to support the career readiness component while the CTE component was under construction. So currently, Dr. Pearson has met with Mr. Vines under that in support of developing the application.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any other questions from Commissioner Chinya?
college and career readiness with Mr. Vine to complete an application for a full-blown CTE program in the field of healthcare. So compassionate care, these students will also be guaranteed jobs at assisted living and nursing facilities. They also just recently got a partnership with John Hopkins. So they have various options for employment once they complete their certification. But Mr. Vine just said that it will take a couple of months for us to complete the application for healthcare. He's really excited. This will be the first compassionate care and focus on elder care. It will be the first one in the district focused on elder care in the healthcare arena.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board commissioners?
I don't have a question, but I see Mr. Vine's hand. Does he want to add to that response?
Thank you for flagging that, Mr. Vines.
Good evening, and thank you, commissioners, for letting me chime in. Just to clarify a little bit, so the application process they're talking about is, in order for a new CTE program to come to the district, we have to apply to MSDE and follow their protocol as far as the application. So I just wanted to clarify, it's not an application to me or anything like that. It's a state process with MSDE that takes its due course in time. And, we're still having the conversations about the potential of a program there.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vines. I do see Angela Alvarez.
Yeah, just so we're clear, so people are not confused. So that's stuff that's happened this year. So around the application around the CTE programming. So that's the work that the school is doing currently. Just so we're clear to Commissioner Roberts' original question, and CCR, remember, is looking at the schools have a lot of ways to earn credit in CCR. So it's looking at the CTE pathways, dual enrollment opportunities, AP, and those are other areas where the school did not have any students participating in those. Just so we're super clear on the record about what's all considered, as well as success and participation in SAT, ACT, and other kind of measures of college readiness and college enrollment.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. So Angela, why don't you just continue?
Yep, so I'm just gonna, similar to the other school, I'm just gonna come back to Trevor just to share on the record some of the things we talked about, but just to make sure it's clear. And then we'll go to the legal part of the process.
Okay.
Just some things to note for the record. So as we've been discussing, the college and career readiness component was a major concern in the school's previous renewal. And just as a reminder, that renewal happened in 2018. So the steps that we're seeing the school taking now are, several years after this was flagged as a concern in that renewal process. In terms of the other indicators of college and career readiness that Angela mentioned, we see that the school did have the school does not offer any AP courses, does not currently have CTE, and has not offered dual enrollment options for schools or for students, so that were not credited for any of those components of the college and career readiness measure. They did have 74% of students participating in the SAT. However, they had a 0% success rate in this area, which is the measure of how many students reach a benchmark score in that measure. I do want to note that the school has had success with attendance and chronic absence for students with disabilities. The attendance of these students is higher and chronic absence is lower than the district average. and general education students at the school for the last year of review. However, the school's academic performance for students with disabilities does not show a clear trajectory for growth. And in the audit for special education that was conducted for the renewal review, as was mentioned, 50% of students did require FAPE meetings. The school had a follow-up desk audit that was conducted in January of this year that looked at the records of all special education students at the school. And in that audit, it showed that out of all the students at the school, 30% required FAPE meetings. So this is a very high rate and is concerning. And I know Dr. Brooks, the Executive Director of Special Education, is on the call. I don't know if she wants to hop on and add anything to that.
So good evening. This is Deborah Brooks, Executive Director of Special Education. And just wanted to note that the Ed Specialist from the Office of Special Education does provide support. It is noted that these are meetings that have to be held to determine if there was any impact on the implementation and development of IEPs. This is an area where through the desk audit and the previous audit, the team determined that there were some possible violations. And with that, a FAPE meeting is then needed to be scheduled and held to determine if there were any additional impact and violations needed. And again, it's through the IEP development and implementation. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
And Dr. Brooks, you were actually on my mind. And so I feel like right now, and I don't know if this is actually like the most appropriate thing, but based on sort of like those FAPE meetings that needed to occur, and with the fact that, like, you know, chronic absenteeism is down for them, and so it's like there's multiple things happening, multiple truths occurring at one space that they're showing improvement in one area, and then so I'm looking to you based on your expertise and this particular area. Are there things that I should be as a commissioner looking at as a silver linings through this, or just as any more significant flags, if you will, for me? And so this is, and I respect your wheelhouse, and this is definitely it. So your opinion, hearing you talk about it really matters to me.
So I do want to say that a positive is that the students with disabilities are coming to school. This is a school that does have a large number of students that are receiving specially designed instruction. This is a school that parents have requested to attend who have students with disabilities, because it is a smaller setting. And with that, it does lead to where there needs to be further discussion during those IEP team meetings to ensure that we are making sure that we're capturing all the data that is needed to make informed decisions. And so through the desk audit, there were some areas in the development of the IEPs that were not addressed. And so with that being said, those teams have to come back to make sure that there was no impact, because during that IEP development, there were certain areas that were not discussed, which means you have to come back and hold FAPE meetings to determine if there was any impact, if there's any compensatory needed that have to be awarded to those families and those students, because those discussions, that documentation was not then made available in those discussions. Again, we do desk audits for our schools. Again, based upon the information that was provided from the initial audit, we did another desk audit to look at all of the students because of some of the information that came out of the initial audit, to look at all of the students to see if there was a trend if you will, to see in certain areas. And what we found is that in the IEP development portion, there were some areas that needed to be addressed again to make sure that in the development, all students had measurable IEP goals. Again, to make sure that there was an impact statement to determine that the student's disability, what was that impact statement for those students as they're receiving their specially designed instruction. And again, we do have an ed specialist that does provide support to the school, as well as we provide IEP chair training monthly, also around the IEP development and implementation for students with disabilities.
Thank you.
I see a hand raised, but I don't know the name. Can someone help me?
That's a staff member from Independence.
Yes, good evening. This is Marlon Quillens. I am the educational associate. I also oversee the IEP process as a facilitator. And I would like to ask Dr. Brooks, and through your desk audit, was the findings about the compensatory services that students should receive based on the pandemic impact? Because that is an area that we plan on going back to review. Other than that area, was there any other area that was a violation or out of compliance?
So this is not about the review for possible impact for the pandemic. This is around the actual development of students' IEPs. So again, we know that we're looking at, for all students, recovery and or compensatory for all students because of the pandemic. This is not related to that, but this is just in the overall development of IEPs. And again, there are certain students, we're just looking at the development of those IEPs. There were certain areas in that development that need to be addressed that were not addressed through that desk audit. So again, as you said, we are working very closely with all IEP chairs to address the impact of the pandemic, to look at either recovery services or compensatory services, but that's not what this actually is. This desk audit was to look at any individual IEPs that, through the information that we saw in the original audit, to see if there was any trends to see in that IEP development, if there were any additional students based upon that information that needed some additional addressing through that IEP development. And that's where we continue to see some possible FAPE violations. And again, as you know, that when you're holding an IEP team meeting, you have that discussion, that FAPE discussion, to determine if there was FAPE. So I'm not saying on the record that we know for sure right now that there's FAPE, but there has to be a FAPE meeting to determine if there is FAPE. And there are a number of meetings that have to be held to determine if there is a FAPE violation.
I understand you. Okay, thank you.
Angela? Oh, Commissioner McFadden? Sorry.
I was just saying there are no more hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it back to you, Angela.
In accordance with the charter school policy and law, based on the consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator run work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Baltimore Teacher Network, Inc. to operate Independent School Local 1 be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2022 and ends on June 30th, 2025.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Okay, are there any additional, I have to ask this for the record, any additional discussion about this school before we move for a vote from the board commissioners? Who is Elijah Etheridge?
It's the operator.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Santelises. I just want to take a moment, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak just before you vote. I just want to take a moment to thank you for the opportunity to present, and thank you for the many years that we have had to operate Independence. I want the members of the board to be reminded that Independence is a very small school. a very small, close-knit community. And the reason why we have such a high percentage of students with disabilities, I believe our percentage is about 57% of the population of Independence are SPED students. Parents and students thrive at this school. They come to this school because of the small knit community. And when we, at our last renewal, at that time, Chair Chinia presided, and heard testimony from the community at large, all of the parents and students, about the value of the school and what the school meant to them, having the opportunity to go to a small knit community and be supported. So I want to remind the members of the board, given all of the information that you have, and I know it's a heavy weight on your shoulders, and I don't take it lightly at all, and I appreciate the work that you all do. Whichever way you vote, we appreciate the time that we have had, and we would certainly hope that you would honor us by granting us a renewal and support the upward trajectory that we believe we're on to improve the school and move forward. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak at this late moment.
You're very welcome. Is there a motion for this recommendation?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator run schools work session and public hearings, additional materials submitted by the school following the January 11th deferment, testimony given by the school tonight, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJRA, including the section 3.K of the policy providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board reject the CEO's recommendation and non-renew the contract and close the school at the end of the 2021-22 school year.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
No.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
No.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I am in favor. Any opposed? We have Commissioner Brooks opposed. Any other opposed?
Commissioner Griffin.
Commissioner Griffin is opposed as well.
Commissioner Griffin is opposed. Thank you very much. The motion passes. Help me out with the numbers. Is that 6 in favor with 2 opposed?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the script for these schools. Again, I do want to thank all of the schools and their communities for coming out and advocating. At the end of the day, we have to vote our own consciousness and what we feel is best. And so I want to thank my fellow commissioners for the work and time that you've all put in. And I want to thank the staff for all of the information in the presentations. I want to move us forward because we do have a quite lengthy presentation coming up. I want us to hear from the district staff on the recovery plan, reconnect, restore, reimagine, the 3 Rs. And so as that, hopefully that staff is ready to present.
Yes, Madam Chair, we're ready to present on that. So thank you for turning to that. I think Jenny, is posting the presentation. We've got a number of members. We're happy to be here to talk about this tonight. This is obviously a big body of work that we've been working on for a long time. We've got a number of cabinet members all presenting tonight to give you an update on where we are on this really important work that is really critical to our work to bring our to make sure our students have the opportunity to catch up any work that they missed and to accelerate our students over the next couple of years. So I'm going to try to move fairly quickly through our slides since we have a lot to present here and we want to leave room for questions. So go ahead, Jenny. So first, we're just going to do an overall framing for you for the presentation, as well as talk a little bit about stakeholder engagement, though I want to flag that there's another presentation coming up to you on stakeholder engagement where we're really going to go in depth to that. So we won't talk about it very much tonight, and then give you some of the updates on the status of the plan. So framing, just want to keep everybody and remind everybody that back when we started the process of developing the 3R plan, this is kind of what we set out to give us a frame of what we're doing. So of course, there are certain preconditions we have to have in place in order to effectively serve students in this moment. So that's health and safety and connectivity and technology issues to make sure that all our students can access their learning and that all our staff and students are safe. Then there are certain overarching commitments that are threaded throughout everything that we do, and so they're not individual initiatives. They're just part of the fabric of the way we do the work. So that's about engaging families. It's about our focus on equity. It's about professional learning, and it's about ensuring room for student voice. And then you see the key strategies listed below that we're going to go through some of those strategies tonight to give you an update on where we are. This is a very large body of work, and again, it's the bulk of what we're really focused on right now. And so, not surprisingly, it aligns with all the board priorities as it really touches all the critical aspects of what City Schools does. Again, there's a few slides coming up, I think, yeah, on stakeholder engagement. We're really going to go into this. Chief High-Cupboard and Chief Jones are going to Chief Teresa Jones are going to give updates on this next week with their staff about really going more in depth into the really important feedback that we've gotten through this process. A couple things I would just want to point out is just and give kudos for is just the astounding work that staff did, that Tina and Teresa and I think John Davis really helped getting the schools on board with this, and all the principals really did a lot of work to get those numbers up. So look at the difference of the surveys and the robust engagement that we had of students, of teachers and of families to make sure that we're really getting a broad perspective of feedback. So go ahead, Jenny, I think skip to the next slide. And so, wait, sorry, just going back, February 22nd, you'll see at the bottom there is when there'll be additional analysis coming to the board so that we can go deeper into this. There's a lot of good information here on this, on the slides here that either folks can go and look at on our public presentation between now and then, or also board members have access to it. So in terms of our plan update, again, first, we're just going to talk about those preconditions I mentioned that are essential to make sure that we can effectively implement our plan. So you've seen this list before of all the many mitigation strategies that we have in place to make sure that our schools are safe for our staff and students. So a big one that we've talked a lot about is our COVID response strategies. So we have now set up a COVID response department. As you know, we are running a very large COVID testing program and have significant contact tracing going on as well. Until very recently, those initiatives were entirely led by folks who were doing that work on top of their regular workload. We tried to make that work as long as we could, but really with the magnitude of what we're trying to do, it just became clear that it was really too much and it was unsustainable for the organization to pilot on other people's work, and it was certainly unsustainable for those individuals. So we've stood up this COVID response department to support this really robust program that we have. So on COVID testing, we have asymptomatic and symptomatic testing on site. At the time of this writing, we were over 900,000 tests completed through our COVID testing. We are very close to approaching 1 million at this point because we did about 50,000 worth of tests this week as well. And then we do robust contact tracing and follow up with each of these cases that we identify through testing. We've recently made changes, a lot of changes in testing, doing rapid test to stay to try to, we keep trying to iterate and learn how to limit disruption. And so our rapid test to stay program is to limit the times that students are having to quarantine or isolate. Then on facility improvements, Chief Washington and her team have done really incredible work on making sure that students are safe from a facilities perspective. So there was the air quality work they did. There's all the PPE logistics that they've been doing to make sure that we have that schools have hand sanitizer and masks and so on. And then in the middle portion there, this is really important work we're doing. Using ESSER dollars to make sure that we're addressing some of the physical improvements that our schools really need to serve students well. So 21 schools using those funds will be receiving health suite upgrades. 27 schools are currently in design for bathroom renovations. We've heard time and again from families and from staff members and students that that too many of our bathrooms are really not in the condition they should be to serve our students well. And so we made this commitment to upgrade a number of bathrooms. So we anticipate there'll be an additional 25 schools coming along. We've kind of, the team went through and identified some of the bathroom facilities across the district that are in the worst condition so that we could upgrade those to current to 21st century standards. There's also $2 million that we did for critical HVAC repairs to make sure that that those schools are well heated, well ventilated, and cooled. And then $28.8 million for HVAC capital projects with window and door replacements. And then we're also doing our phase 2 of building automation. That was a really important upgrade that we did to make sure that we have remote ways to remote sensors in our buildings that allow us to tell what temperature buildings are. And so we're looking at other ways to upgrade that capacity to be able to know what's happening in our buildings without being there. That's been really important. The improvements we've made so far are really important, and we're going to expand that. Next. And then connectivity and technology support. Again, we talked about this as a precondition to make sure that our students and schools can access virtual learning and can access, can use computers while they're in school. So we've purchased more than 70,000 student devices and distributed 65,000 of those so far. That means we have about 5,000 on hand for students who may need them or to replace broken devices. We also we've also done a lot of provide a lot of hotspots to families to make sure that families and broadband connections to make sure that families can access Wi-Fi at home. So huge kudos to Chief Tommy Jones and his work on this. And before that, Chief Hike Hubbard did a ton of work on this, on the hotspots and the connectivity in homes to make sure that students could connect. We also have done improvements to our school facilities to increase the internet speed, to make sure that there are those high-speed connections between schools, and to increase the number of access points in our schools to make sure that we have Wi-Fi access points throughout our schools. Prior to the pandemic, that was not the case. There were a number of parts of the schools that really were not covered by Wi-Fi. And so now we've gone from 6,000 to over 10,000. We'll be at 10,000 by May 2022 of the number of access points in our schools. So their schools really are able to utilize Wi-Fi throughout their whole building. And that is my portion. And then we go on to Chief Hike Hubbard.
Thank you, Chief Perkins Cohen. So good evening, not afternoon, everyone. I'm going to quickly highlight 2 commitments around our overarching stakeholder engagement. The first being elevating student voice as a primary portion of our work for our team. While there are several examples here, I want to highlight just 2 of them right now. First, we've relaunched our CEO's Youth Advisory Council, meeting with youth leaders of the CEO to really elevate concerns from our students to make sure that they can talk directly with the CEO about things that they're concerned about. She can also share, ask questions, share thoughts with them, and they can give her back and forth feedback. We're really excited about that. And also our Youth Ambassador program. We launched it last school year, where we had youth ambassadors with a staff sponsor really designing programs at schools to address the concerns that our young people actually have. We are launching our 2nd cohort of this program this year with 10 high schools, offering tracks both for our advocacy work from my office and with the wholeness team with social emotional learning. Really excited about the impact projects that our kids will produce and share in May 2022, and offer that everyone should come out and see that showcase of the projects that they have developed and the progress they've made with those areas. Next slide, please. For our family engagement, I just want to be clear that we have 4 key components of our recovery work. They're elevated here: advocacy and decision-making, parent-led support groups, high-quality professional learning for staff around family engagement, and then linking family engagement to school success and learning. Next slide, please. And again, on the slide here, we have several examples of how our team is really doing robust family engagement to honor the 3R plan. In addition to our parent cafes, which offer wellness opportunities for families that are parent-led, we have 2 key things I want to highlight here. The first being our school family and community councils. As I promised the board before, we are working very hard to train and support our school family councils. So far, we've had training for 125 school family councils, chairs, and principals. And the best practices, we're working on a rubric right now to the effectiveness of school family councils, as well as hiring a staff person who will lead the coaching and support strategy at schools to really shore up and strengthen our school family councils. And then second, we want to talk about our FACE advisory. This advisory was pulled together after the passage of this past KCA policy around family community engagement. And in that FACE advisory, we have parents, youth, advocates, neighborhood leaders, teachers, partners, etc., who meet regularly to focus on the key areas listed in the bottom of that box. So 2-way communication, youth engagement, language access, capacity building, partnerships, etc. This is an opportunity for our stakeholders to continue to influence how we develop an implementation plan around that policy. The policy has been touted by many of our partners as being one of the best in the country. We want to make sure we fulfill the expectations in that policy. So that group is really helping us craft out a really strong implementation plan, to really fulfill and live that policy to its best possibly can. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief John Davis to go over the next part of our plan, professional learning.
Thanks, Chief Highcupboard. Another of the overarching commitments is really around professional development, because we made some commitments to our families and to our students this year, really around recovery, student learning plans, acceleration, all the items that you see there. But if we're going to do that well, we had to plan appropriately and work with all of our teachers to ensure that it was implemented effectively. Additionally, we meet with our school leaders just about every week in STAT meetings. And the purpose of those STAT meetings are to update our school leaders, keep them abreast of what is going on, frankly, to give us some feedback and to push us in certain areas. And you can see the topics there. One of the most recent topics that frankly didn't make this slide is really around student wellness. I'll speak to that in just a little bit, but the point is, when you take these school leader STAT meetings and the systemic professional development, we're doing everything we can to be aligned and focused on the main parts of our recovery plan. Part of the professional development is also what happens inside a school. And the opportunity culture is one of those initiatives. The opportunity culture takes some of our best teachers and ensures that they are supporting teachers across multiple classrooms. And in fact, the multi-classroom leaders, the MCLs, are a huge part of this opportunity culture. You can see some of the impact, both with respect to how the stakeholders or the teachers agree that this has really been important for the instructional improvement, but also for student outcomes, both in measured by DIBELS and really anything that the school is doing with respect to iReady, DIBELS, any of the measures that we have. We're looking to expand this to more than 20 schools for school year 22-23, probably to about 8 more schools. But again, one of the overarching commitments is both what we do to develop our teachers, to develop our school leaders district-wide, and also within the school. Let's transition to the key strategies. And when you get detailed about those 5 key strategies, everything from wellness to expanded opportunities, you can begin to unpack them with these details. You can see tutoring here, you can see social emotional learning, algebra access. Again, we use these 5 big areas, and we've talked about them, frankly, since the summer and gotten a lot of feedback, if you remember back to the summer, and have really implemented these areas underneath each of the 5 key strategies. but a lot of them are really in service to student learning plans. The student learning plans is where a lot of this has came together, no matter if it's tutoring, no matter if it's something specific that a student needs with their mental health supports, or if it's part of their college and career pathway. So we've got 5 key strategies that we're going to begin to talk through, and really the details around it. Let's go. The first is around wellness, school culture, and climate. This is just a reminder slide, right? These are the 9 domains that we were really working since the summer with school leaders. We really had every school, though, focus on high quality stakeholder experience and then nurturing relationships and well-being. Schools could then pick 1 or 2 others that really either spoke to their staff or spoke to their community as areas of emphasis. Additional points with respect to school culture and climate, right? We ended up having over 300 school-based staff attend Culture and Climate 101 PD, because even though we focused on our school leaders and how they were going to organize in their schools, we know we needed more teachers and more school-based staff to understand this. We're going to work towards a mid-year review. I think one of the things I do want to go back before really talking about a mid-year review is what the first week of school looked like. And yes, that seems like a long time ago, but the intentionality that schools had with respect to, if you went to, for instance, Violetville, and all of their students were talking about Ohana and how Ohana means family. Because in the end, schools created this community feel. They created a family feel. At Cherry Hill, where you're seeing a picture right there, right, students were already working in teams and really working under Principal Guzman's theme of Ubuntu and humanity to others. So schools were intentional about their culture and climate. And as we get to the middle of the year now, they've started to think through what the feedback is that they've seen from their students through student surveys, and also just how the year has gone, and have began making changes. One last point on this. We have district-wide mediations here at North Avenue, and we've had over 337 students that have been a part of that, because we know that some students have struggled, and sometimes it's been, more than one student, but it's been a group of students. And so schools have accessed this resource well, and we will continue to make it available. We've also had a focus on mental and emotional health. It begins with advisory, right? You can see the guidance and what we expect in our secondary schools, and also in pre-K to 5, where they are around morning meetings. We started the year off again about relationship and community building, but in October, we pushed on bullying prevention. We've held many advisory champion professional developments, and we will continue to create resources for our teachers, right? There are themes that come up every week. Like I said, in October, we used the whole month for bullying prevention, but our team at central office have worked to have activities based on grade levels, based on different themes, and we'll continue that throughout the year. A really big emphasis, and I would say success so far, has been the student wellness support teams. You can see the folks that are on our student wellness support teams. And let's go to the next slide. And as an emphasis this year, we've got about 67% of schools that have a functioning team. This has not occurred before. This was an emphasis because in the end, we do have clinicians, we do have counselors, we've got folks at schools that work hard, but we needed them to work together. And we gave them very explicit direction around the first 30 days and how those introductions need to happen. In the end, if a child or a family needs help, we want them to know where to go. And we just recently, as I said earlier, used one of our school leader school stats to emphasize some of the great work happening in our schools. For instance, at Fort Worthington, they had a video introducing the different members of the student wellness team in a really creative way. They made sure that they used it during their PTA meetings and their back to school meetings. They sent that out to families so that it wasn't just a list of folks, but it was done in a creative way so that in the end, right? You have to remember who your social worker is or who your psychologist is, who you can go to at specific times. So these student wellness support teams are new this year in the intentionality that we are expecting in our schools, and the majority of them have rose up to the occasion, and it's something that has been great to see. Again, right, we focused a lot on the first 30 days, but we have also shared the best practices among schools here in the last few weeks. And, you know, when we have this type of success, we will continue to push, and I know that they're even going to get better. We've also had a focus on staff wellness. And I think this is the thing that a big system like Baltimore City Public Schools doesn't always do well, but I do take some pride in, along with our cabinet leaders and Dr. Santelises, as we heard the mounting pressure on our school-based staff, we made different changes. We pushed back a lot of our expectation dates, as a lot of our due dates, to try to make sure that teachers and school leaders had as much time as possible to do the good work that we wanted. Sure, we wanted student learning plans earlier, but when teachers are taking the time to do them well, they took longer than expected. And that's okay, because the quality of them were better, and we met the needs of teachers and what they needed with respect to time. And so when you see these 4 dates right here, one of the things we heard was, I heard this personally, where we understand student learning plans, we understand acceleration, it's just taking time. And with the added pressure of coming back, right, we need at least some more half days. And so not only do we normally have half days, but we created additional half days in our schedule, and in the end said, this is teacher time, right? This isn't school-based professional development. It isn't district-wide professional development. It's really focused on them. And in the end, if they need to avail themselves of some of the wellness activities, then we made that available as well. Speaking of wellness activities, you can see a number of them on this slide, right? We did a lot to create COVID vaccination clinics, because that was important on people's minds, and made sure that we made that as accessible as we possibly can. You can see a Burn Along Wellness app that we made available. We had over 13,000 live and on-demand classes with respect to that, and over 1,000 employees and families that have signed up. Right, you can see different activities with respect to enrollment benefit fairs, virtual mental health awareness seminars, and we're trying to make ourselves available as much as possible to meet the staff wellness needs. All of this, right, has to be done in coordination with leaders like myself, like Chief Hyde Hubbard, Allison. But in the end, we have to give our teachers this time and make sure we're responding to our needs. We came before the board before and said we were going to make these changes, and we will continue to be flexible and meet the needs when we see them. And I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Dabrowski as she begins into some of the instructional aspects that we've been pushing.
Thanks so much, Chief Davis. Good evening. So I'm excited to talk a little bit about the work we're doing in acceleration and personalized learning. While these stand alone as different strategies, what I want to really help folks understand is there's so much that overlaps when we think about how we're going to help our students accelerate through a personalized approach. So we think about the learning platforms that we have, some of our digital platforms. We think about small group instruction. We think about tutoring, and we think about the very personalized support that we've been supporting on a very small level for a unique program in our virtual learning program. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see a graphic that's been at other board meetings. I won't spend a lot of time tonight on it, but it's one that we come back to. It's our forward arrow that really shows our commitment for this accelerated learning process. And there are steps that have to really occur in the process to get to the ultimate place of that grade level core instruction, which is what we want for all of our students. And so as we think about prioritizing standards and using assessments to figure out where are the learning gaps that our kids have and how are we going to make sure we're going to get them ready to hit that grade level, we see that gray square about what are the systems and structures we need to have in place to support that. That's sort of the messy middle. And we've done a lot of work since September to really unpack what that means. And I just have to give a huge shout out to our teachers, to our principals, to our district leaders who are digging into this really, really ambitious body of work in service of our kids. And so when I look at things like our student learning plans, over 45,000 of our students now have a learning plan that we can use to help figure out how we're going to tailor and support their needs in service of that grade level instruction. And again, I just want to bring this to our attention as we talk through a couple of exciting pieces that have to do with acceleration. So let's go to the next slide here. So when we think again about personalized learning, again, a huge shout out to the student learning plans. We're learning so much about how we can get better at that implementation, how we can partner with our families and teachers together to strengthen those conversations as we're really honing in on that. I mentioned already, we have a wide set of digital tools that allow our students to get on their devices and be taught right where they need to in order to help them move forward. Digging into small group instruction, tutoring virtual learning program. I want to highlight tonight, though, some of the work on tutoring. At an earlier board meeting this year, there was interest from our commissioners around, where are we with tutoring and what's going on there. So on the next slide, I want to just first and foremost really let folks understand that when we talk about tutoring through these ESSER funds, we have a very specific set of criteria that we need to adhere to. And so we talk about this idea of dosage, so how much tutoring, and we talk about frequency, how often are students receiving it. So dosage and frequency. We know that this kind of tutoring is best realized during the school day, right? It's at least 2, if not 3 times a week. We have to have a qualified tutor. It's, again, individualized, personalized. We use data to drive what happens in that session. And again, the teacher and the tutor have to have collaboration, so it's not a disconnect for our students. It should feel like an extension of their classroom learning. So again, when we are thinking about tutoring, it's another part of that personalized support to support that accelerated learning we're all looking at and shooting for. So again, here's the latest update on this next slide of how we've done so far. We're really, really making great progress. And again, this is since, just starting this in October. We have over 12,000 students who are receiving tutoring. We are really, really fortunate to have a tutoring program in 129 of our traditional schools of all types. Most of our models are in-person models. We do have 3 that are virtual. And again, this notion of ESSA evidence, right? This is that we know that what we're using has been shown to improve and make impact for students. So again, we are really proud of the work we've done on tutoring. We know that parents are wanting it. It's something that is important. One of the things that I think we've realized since starting this work in the fall is that it's an issue of supply and demand. We have so many districts around the country who are going with tutoring as a key strategy, and the market of tutoring has to quickly grow to meet the demand. So that is one of the spaces for us, is that we want to support more, and we're working with a lot of different providers in order to grow our numbers. But again, to be able to launch this level in a short amount of time is really, again, a tribute to our school leaders, our teachers, and our district leaders who are working together to get these programs into our schools. All right, so let's keep going and talk about reimagine time. So again, when we think about how we use time in school, we have a number of different things that go into that category. We have certainly been looking at extended learning time and how we use summer learning, which will be coming back to the board in March with information around that topic. We think about the work of our CTE expansion work that, again, we know that there's been a lot of thoughtfulness in that strategic plan and how that continues to grow. But tonight, I really want to showcase our extended learning program, which was, again, a new body of work that we launched this fall. 91 schools have extended learning programs. Again, it's really excited to see that math and literacy focus, making sure that the students who need credits are in opportunities to receive credit. We've got SEL in all of those programs so that we're thinking about that social emotional wellness that Chief Davis was referencing earlier. So again, there's a lot of logistics around how we continue this work. It's a heavy lift to get our schools to be able to offer programming beyond the traditional day. And again, I can't give enough shout out and praise to, again, our school leaders and teachers who have lifted these programs with that district support to, again, move quickly to, again, reimagine time. All right, so the last one that I'm going to talk about is our expanded enrichment and academic opportunities. Again, so many great things going on in this area. I'll talk tonight about athletics, but we've talked before about our work in dual enrollment, our AP expansion. I'll give a quick update on algebra access. And I know we've been thrilled to hear about the work that we're doing for fine arts expansion, and that work continues. So let's take a look at athletic opportunities. Again, 45 of our K-8 schools are now implementing some level of intramural activities. And our high school interscholastic fall sports, they continued, so those offerings were there. I want to call out like what's coming next with where we're really helping our middle schools ramp up their opportunities in track and field, flag football, outdoor bocce, basketball, and knowing that these bodies of work all require, again, the capacity of people working together to build these programs, to get our students engaged and excited about coming to school. And again, we're using some strategies from some community partners. So Under Armour, the Fund, and Baltimore's Promise continue to help us and will continue to help us as we grow this athletic opportunity for students. And the next one I'd like to just highlight is our work for offering more advanced academics, particularly at our middle schools and math. So again, we are working hard to provide opportunities for our 8th graders to experience algebra. So currently we have just over 1,000 of our 8th graders involved in Algebra 1. And again, growing the sections that feed that algebra, which is starting in 6th grade with honors math, is similar in 7th grade as well. So this is work that requires capacity building, getting those certified teachers, and we're now trying to harness the opportunity of virtual instruction so that if you're in a small school where there may not be enough teachers or sections to make it fit, how can we use the virtual space to increase access? So really excited that we currently have one virtual algebra teacher who's got 27 students coming from 9 different schools. And we're currently in the process of hiring a second one using our ESSER dollars to expand that. So again, more to come on this work, but really excited that we're getting this momentum through these funds and through these opportunities to help our students, really academically have opportunities that they may not had we just been in a brick and mortar space. And so with that, I am now going to turn back to Chief Perkins Cohen, who will talk to us a bit more about our spending priorities and alignment. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Joan. So yeah, I'm going to bring it home for us and then leave room hopefully for questions. We just want to talk a little bit about how we're aligning the spending to meet these priorities. So of course, we're making sure that we're aligning our 3R plan with the blueprint that we have in place and the ongoing work there, the board priorities, and then our ESSA strategic plan. So the other thing we're really making sure that we're doing is that we're being thoughtful about how to braid all the resources we have together to make sure that we're most effectively using them. Some of the various grant funding streams that we have different allowable activities. So we're really kind of looking carefully at that to make sure that we're using them most effectively to support all our priorities. So I want to talk a little bit about making sure that we're providing support at the school level, that schools feel the difference of this. I mean, we know that our schools have not had the resources they should have for a long time, and we're starting to see more resources come through, both through these resources and through Kerwin. And so we want to make sure that schools feel that in a meaningful way and are able to provide the kind of programming that we know our students should have and should have always had. Part of what we're doing here is just pointing out that there's been $89 million in supplemental 3R and COVID fundings that's been provided directly to traditional schools. So 33.8 million of that funding has provided things like the program supports like the ESSER funds for the intervention that we've done in schools, the $200 per student for arts and athletics and enrichment. Joan talked about some of that athletics work, but we also, schools had been doing implementing arts programming, that you'll see that continue in the next budget year as we're really trying to build out the kinds of offerings that all of our students should have. And then we also have the culture and climate work that that John talked about. So we provided that the $10,000 for schools to develop those plans over the summer. And then another thing that in the last few months, when we've had during Omicron, and we saw a lot of increases in staff cases who had to take leave and go into isolation or quarantine for COVID. It's been hard for schools to meet all their needs and staff their schools and to fulfill all of our commitment to make sure the students are in person. So we also increased the number of resources available for staff to hire temporary employees to help to meet all the many needs that our incredible school leaders and teachers are trying to meet right now. And then also, here's another reference to that, those kind of HVAC improvements that we talked about, in the bathrooms, the health suites, the HVAC, as well as the COVID testing we talked about before, and the tutoring that Joan mentioned. And then also remember all the investments we've made on MERV 13 filters and all the technology work. And we're also a reminder that charter and contract schools, the way they receive their resources is they received they received an equitable share of all the grants that we've gotten. And for the ESSER grants, they've received the full, the multi-year grants all in one installment. So they have their full multi-year resources provided to them for them to make decisions about how to serve their communities. And then they also have been, making some of these changes, like we are, to add advanced placement and other programming to benefit from the programming that we've put in place through our centralized plan. And I think that's it. Yes. And so now I think we have time for questions from board members.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for such a comprehensive presentation on the 3 R's. I want to invite my board commissioners. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
So thanks to your team, Dr. Santelises, and everyone who presented tonight on this 3R plan. Really appreciate the intentionality that's going around the actual plan, right? We're starting to see the plan in its implementation phase. I'm curious to know, as a result of these 3 R's, specifically Dr. Dabrowski, good evening to you. As a result of our 3R strategies and our investments, do we see any growth indicators for any, let's say, unit assessments that we're seeing already? I know that we're probably in the MOI stage to look at where we started at the beginning of the year as far as assessment data is concerned, to where we are at the middle of the year, and what are potentially some projections for EOY as well. So do we have any growth indicators as a result of the work? Are we seeing any trends? Are we seeing any glows in any places? And are we looking to perhaps replicate some of the intentional work that's happening in those places more broadly?
Yep. So great question, Commissioner McFadden. So you're spot on. We are right now in the MOI space. And what we're watching right now are actually completion rates of our MOI assessments. And our results are really coming in at around completion rates at a level. And we were concerned, given the space of the January Omicron and where we knew we had some worries around really thinking that health and safety, that we were trying to give schools flexibility around, listen, if these assessments are really challenging, we understand, and giving grace. Our schools are stepping up. They want to show progress. They're eager to see if there is that space. And so I can't speak now to say, like, this is what we're seeing in terms of that data, because literally our windows are open right now around that. But that will be the forthcoming level of data analysis that we'll do to see if we have seen some impact. I will say anecdotally, I'm in schools every week. And when I walk the schools and I'm seeing instruction, it is the highlight of my time. And I am seeing such intentionality around small group instruction, students on their devices doing all kinds of personalized learning. So I can say anecdotally, I'm seeing the implementation and recognizing the heavy lift and the passionate dedication that's happening in our schools. And the teachers are really asking questions and they're telling us where they need more support. And I think I've said this and will continue to say it. This is not a short-term quick fix. This is a long-term piece that we have to be steadfast in our efforts, but we will certainly bring that data when we have our MOI ready to share.
And I appreciate you for that. Two more things come to mind very briefly. I think about sustainability. How are we going to sustain? I know that this 3R plan is something that it's not just this year that we're focused on recovery. So I think about sustainability. And we've had discussions as a board, we've got specific grant funds and things that are happening right now. But when that is no more, how are we going to continue the work that is happening now? Because we can't just drop what we're doing 2 years down the road, or a year down the road, or whenever.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think part of the timing of these funds coming in, and now as we've been doing some work with Chief Doherty and finance around the Kerwin pieces, we're trying to bring these together. And to your point earlier, we need to see as we go through this year and next year and the year after, where are those glows, as you said, and hold on to those and continue that strategic funding. I think we've got a lot that we've put out there that we're trying to see are our big bets, if you will, whether it's tutoring, whether it's these personalized learning platforms. We need to track all of those things in order to be strategic in our decisions down the road. Because you're right, the funding is not going to be like this forever, but we are in an opportunity right now to do multiple things. And I think that's what this presentation shows. We have so many things that we're really digging into. And now this monitoring of our progress is the next wave of work we have to attend to.
And I would just add, Chief Dabrowski, that I think the other piece, and I had a chance earlier today, Jess Gardner at Allevue had a panel discussion about the ESSER funds and the best way to use them. And one of the things that every participant on the panel said and just reinforced is that the use of the funds has to be strategic and it has to be flexible. So when Chief Dabrowski was referencing this monitoring stage that we're in now, part of what's essential in the way the funds have been given, and people like Commissioner Chinia know this was not always the case, is that they're actually fairly flexible. So one of the things we're looking at doing is saying, right, and a great example of this was this past summer with credit recovery. Originally, the plan was to have one session of credit recovery. Well, we had so many high school students that responded, we quickly pivoted and had 2 sessions. So one of the things that's going to feed into, if you look at some of the budgeting and work that the academic team is doing, is really asking the question of how are we taking this time to build credit recovery in a way that is more aligned to the instruction that we know works and compels young people, right? And so I think it's another important piece, to emphasize that I think the community, the board, and frankly, schools want us to adjust over the next 3 years based on what we're seeing is getting the biggest lift, which is why this evaluation time, this assessment time is really important. And I think as she described, a lot of it is real time, right? A lot of it is not just how do we wait only for like the state scores to come back. It's not about the state scores initially. It's about where are we seeing in real time based on what teachers are experiencing, what schools are experiencing as the real needs. And that's as true for the academic needs as it is for the social emotional needs, the kinds of activities that, and I got to tell you, going from school to school, I was over at Appleton and, Principal Miles is, using, I was there the day that like the shipment of little mini violins was coming in, right? Because they're using this time to build the instrumental music program. Or if you go over to Walter P. Carter and the first time they've had middle grades dance. And then, so you're seeing the inner, this time, we're trying to be very smart about the investment that's one time, but also building to Kerwin. And that's why looking at, for example, if we're going to add positions, they need to be positions, one, that we actually can recruit people for. And then two, how do we make sure that we're linking that to long-term funding so that the district doesn't experience a fiscal cliff, but thinking of this money more as an on-ramp for when Kerwin kicks in full speed. So I think that's why these kinds of updates are really important, to be able to report on kind of where are we seeing the lift. And we're building on some of the best practices, like that virtual advanced math work is something that we saw success with. And so we're using this opportunity to build things out faster. So I just think that flexibility and those small cycles, and that's what Cabinet's been doing. We've been kind of being trained and supported and orienting ourselves to continuous improvement, which really is based around small cycles, not waiting a year to find out how things are going, but that kind of consistent cycle of checking and adapting, as well as aligning it to our department KPIs, right? And saying, okay, this is how much growth, but the growth doesn't come in one easy swipe. It comes as part of the cycle of adjusting.
Thank you, Doc. And Commissioner, Madam Chair Richardson, just very briefly, it makes me also think about, and also we saw some things about virtual, like the algebra. I think that is really important for us to highlight. And shout out to our to Charm City East and Charm City West, our virtual learning programs. I've been visiting those programs, and they're doing exceptional work for children. I just want to shout those programs out. But it also makes me think about the heaviness of this lift that we're discussing, right? And how are we, Chief Davis, and this may not be something that we talk about tonight because I know other commissioners have hands up, but how do we support our teachers who are lifting and our school leaders to be able to manage their time and their teams efficiently to make sure that we have a laser focus on instruction while also taking care of the social emotional needs of our students and staff, making sure that the operational needs of our schools are still intact. So I appreciate the slides that we saw about wellness, but I certainly think that has to be lifted, and we've done some good work in that area today. But how can we continue to raise that and lift that for the sake of balancing our human capital to make sure that they're able to support our young people in the most efficient ways?
I mean, the time aspect that you're bringing up, Commissioner McFadden, is exactly right. I will tell you one of the things that I've seen more and more, that's more and more prevalent, is schools being better at delegating and ensuring that the work is across the school. Too often school leaders take on a whole lot, and maybe specific teachers take on a whole lot, and they've had to really delegate across and really get more people involved. I think the time aspect is also just, I mean, I referenced this before about the fact that just giving people, and I don't want to call it free time to do nothing, but I mean free time to get the stuff done that they need to get done in the way that they need to get it done. I feel like we heard that from teachers, and we have to give them more time while also helping them with real wellness activities if that's what they want to avail themselves of. So I think it's a combination of really good leadership and management and helping principals through that. I know that ILEDs are talking with principals through that and where they are kind of on that scope of or spectrum of working with their staffs so that the load just isn't too much. But it is a combination of that type of delegation, of that type of work. But it's also just giving them some time to get the work done that they need to get done.
So I saw a couple of commissioners' hands up, but I no longer see them. Commissioner Roberts, do you still have a question or comment? And Commissioner Brooks, those are the two names I did see.
Madam Chair, no. Dr. Santelises actually touched on what bubbled up for me, which is around how the work of 3R is not compartmentalized and that it really is a feeder into us moving into compliance with the requirements of Kerwin, and that that's something that the board should be looking for when we see the implementation plan in June, how they work together and how essentially this was the district being really innovative and forward thinking as we transition into compliance for Kerwin.
I agree. I agree. Commissioner Brooks, I don't want to, your hand went down. Were your questions answered?
No, I'm just going to email Christian so that he can send them to the folks. Yeah.
Okay, perfect, perfect. I do have a question. Is Chief Sibbins with us still? I don't know if I want to remind my board colleagues, back in August, I had asked the team to, ask a question, like, let me know what you want me to ask you. So to keep the accountability of the 3 Rs in front of us. And so Chief Sibbins, you had written that you'd be curious for me to ask, are we on track with timely review and negotiation of critical contracts and transactions for the recovery work? So I want to circle back with you about that, just because I know capacity plays a role also with your office. And so just for the public, like, are we pacing with being able to respond from a legal and contractual standpoint that supports this 3R work?
Thanks, and here I am. So it's a good question. We continue to be really prioritizing the contracts that are the biggest list and the key priorities for the offices. So we're meeting regularly with a number of the offices to make sure that we're prioritizing. We've also done a lot of work collectively with the procurement office to streamline our contract work, and we want to also make sure where possible that we're really pushing for NWBE participation. So all of that with some degree of staff turnover, work in progress, and I guess some of my colleagues might want to weigh in as well about whether we're being as responsive as we can.
I see a thumbs up from Joan, so you must be doing a pretty good job. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Griffin. My computer logged out, but I have one question. One, I want to say thank you so much for this presentation, and I cannot go on tonight without calling out that I did see both the positive feedback that we got, like what's working, and I also saw the percentages of constructive feedback from our students and our parents and our school staff as well. So I want to make sure I call that out because I know that was something I lifted last time we were looking at some of the 3R work, and I did see that in the presentation, and it's really helpful to frame like where we're making progress and where we still have some work to do, but it's not, the numbers are still good. We just have more work to do in those areas. And so I wanted to lift up some appreciation for that. The other thing, I'm going to do another plug for this resource map. Y'all are going to keep hearing about this resource map from me, just because I do believe that this would be a helpful tool for us as we are stepping into this space where we have these extra grant monies and thinking about where to send that, and then moving into this space with Kerwin. And it just also just gives a great idea and visual for where we are now, where we're going, and what our future holds as far as where we can send funding and how to equitably distribute funds across the district. So I really want to make sure I call that back out. I'm looking forward to seeing what the team can create as far as a resource map of all of the different opportunities, resources, community resources, and also in-school resources that are being utilized across the district. one key piece that I wanted to hone in on is around the culture and climate pieces. And I always think about fidelity when we talk about this. And I especially appreciated the focus on like culture and climate at the beginning of the school year, revisiting it in the middle. But how are we as a district ensuring that this is happening in fidelity across schools? And I know that that is probably a constant question, but I'm really just curious about that process of ensuring that these experiences that our students and our staff are having when it comes to this are not the same because every school is different, but happen with fidelity and happen effectively in each of our schools.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Your point about it being difficult, I mean, for the most part, the school's office, we want to focus on instruction and go into the classroom and give feedback in that area. So I will say that with our Office of the Whole Child, right, and with our culture and climate team, we started the year by giving feedback on just the plans and making sure that they were focused and actionable. And during the year, it then switches a little bit more towards the ILEDs and towards the school managers with giving feedback. I don't think we are systemic and I'll say fidelity related in the way that you would say. I think this is another area that we have to get a bit tighter on. The current thinking is there should probably be one or two, I'm going to call them culture and climate walks right now during the year, where we check against the plan that they created. So I think it's happening from a supervisory standpoint with ILEDs as the principal supervisor, but I think we can be more intentional, and I want to appreciate that push and also that direction.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. One last question that goes to pipeline. This question is more like, we know we are dealing with shortages in so many different ways. And then we also have some amazing educators and school staff that are trying to up their game and be board certified or, step into different areas of the pipeline. And I just wanted to raise as a flag. I know we heard it in some of the testimony today from Diamante Brown, but I've also been hearing it from other like school staff and teachers about the process for getting board certified and support from the district through that process. And so this isn't so much of a question, but just more of a flag of thinking about that more intentionally when we talk about long-term effects and like where we can put some of these supports and monies in making sure that we have what's necessary for our schools to run effectively and efficiently and really give our students the best teachers that they can have, and thinking about how can we up the number of board certified teachers and how can we help to make that process more equitable, because it is a long process. It is a costly process. But it's a process that's necessary, because when we have our highly effective and board certified teachers in the classroom with our students, we are working harder to make sure that our students are receiving that great instruction that we know is already happening, but it also just helps our teachers get that extra push to feel like they're being recognized in that way. So I wanted to lift that as a flag, as something to think about, and would be curious to hear more about in the future how we can be a little bit more innovative with the supports we provide.
Yeah,
Commissioner Griffin, I'm sorry. Who's speaking? I can't see. Was that Doc?
It was.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So,
No,
Doc, before you respond to her, because I do want to tag onto that, and then you can respond in full. But I think it's a great flag, and I think that we, because of the pandemic, have been challenged by just hiring and turnover across the board. So not just teachers. I love your question, Commissioner Griffin, around like how can we be proactive and help more people become board certified. But I also, and I know we have an interim chief, so this is not for Sarah Deal tonight, but it is something that I do want, just some thinking about and some future conversation around is addressing the turnover. How are we going to be ready for school next year with, with all of the different things that's happening? So that's all I wanted to tag on and say. So go ahead, Dr. Santelises.
No, sorry about that. And I actually do think that those two are linked. I would say the good thing about board certification is it's now explicitly part of Kerwin. The district made a very intentional and deliberate decision along with the union at that time. And it was to focus on the building out of a career ladder, which has meant that our teachers are some of the best paid in the state because of that. And it's not just a matter of how long you've been in the position, because we have many younger and early career teachers who benefit from that increased compensation. What that has meant was that we focused there. We didn't focus, frankly, as much on national board certification because that was kind of mutually agreed upon. I think as the landscape changes with Kerwin and there are targets, we'll have to factor that in with some of the costs that I know Chris and Courtney outlined today. I'm glad it's coming in 2026, but that is not a minor investment. I think the other piece, which I know you both know, is that we're needing to look holistically. We know nationally and in the district that while compensation is one thing, the other piece is what are work conditions, right? What are the demands that are being placed on teachers, as well as school leaders? And it's up and down, it's up and down. I mean, everybody from bus drivers to superintendents are resigning. Not me, not this one, but I'm just saying it's a concern across, right, the educational trajectory. And so one of the things we're asking right now is, again, what are the multiple levers that meet multiple teachers' needs, multiple school leaders' needs, right? And I think you touched on an important one, which is what are the other ways of leading, right? What are the other ways of being recognized? What are the ways that we can build like mental health? So when Chief Davis referenced, the days off, let me tell you, the feedback we got from that first wellness day from all staff when they just had time, in the day when it was a happy, people could schedule doctor's appointments and they could go for walks, right? And be outside and so what we're really trying to do is build it out in a comprehensive way, but certainly if for no other reason that, Kerwin demands it, we're going to have to chart a course there. But I think it's important for the historical context of knowing it was an intentional investment, and it was an intentional investment in our career ladder that's now, resulting in kind of the long-term compensation. But compensation alone doesn't keep people. It's got to be myriad kind of factors coming together to say what makes it worth my while to continue to do this work. So it's the right question.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yeah, I just wanted to add just one thing there. And while I'm appreciating the discussion around national board certification, just a reminder that Kerwin looks at the ladder in more than just one way, as Dr. Santalisa said. So I think in addition to supporting folks that want to go through that process, there's also the ladder of the traditional master's, whatever programming too. So I think support for all of that, I think, is going to be important. And that was a big discussion that came out of the Professional Standards Committee. So I don't want us to lose that one, because that was a hard fought request.
Awesome. Are there any other questions? And I don't see any hands. So again, I want to thank the staff for such a thoughtful presentation. This was very helpful for us and very exciting. I love the advanced math virtual with the teachers teaching kids across 9 different schools or something. I think that's amazing. And so thank you so much for all of the innovation and creativity that you all are putting into the 3R program. I want to turn it over to Commissioner McFadden. You want to talk a bit about a conference that we just went, or that you all just went to, and close us out?
Thank you, Chair Richardson. Very briefly, several of us attended the National School Board Association Equity Symposium and Advocacy Institute. It was a great opportunity for us to develop ourselves professionally as board members. I attended, Commissioner Roberts attended, Commissioner Griffin, Commissioner Brooks. We were in DC and we actually had quite a bit of opportunity to actually learn from the field and to hear from folks all over the country that were experiencing the same challenges that we're experiencing here. But how do we move forward? How do we advocate for our young people? So that was a great opportunity. I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted that to all of us tonight. Our upcoming meetings, Operation Committee will meet, the Operations Committee will meet on Tuesday, February 15th, 10:30 a.m. The Policy Committee meets on Tuesday, the 15th at 3:30 p.m. Our next executive session will be on Tuesday, February 22nd at 3 o'clock. Our public board meeting, our next one will be the fourth Tuesday, which is February 22nd at 5 o'clock. And the Teaching and Learning Committee will meet on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022 at 3:30 p.m.
That's it. That's our meeting for the night. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner McFadden, and I did see your hand, Commissioner Reed, so he has seconded that motion. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much again for your time, and thank you to the public for all of your advocacy. We'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thanks.